Oh, that's gone. Okay. Okay. We're on.
Hello.
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right.
Wait, what?
Bring the wand back, would you? The magic wand?
All right, let's give it a go. Good morning, everyone. I am going to call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors regular meeting for Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. We apologize for the late start. We had a technical issue and our Zoom decided to update as we were starting the meeting. So it's only 9:15. That's not too bad. So with that, we're going to start off our morning. I feel very echoey though, just so you know. Kim, does it sound different than normal? Okay. It just seems very echoey,
No, it does. Definitely.
unusually. Yeah.
TV's on.
Maybe just hang out for a minute, Lenny, until we feel settled. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to start off our morning with an invocation from Pastor Craig Platt of the Camino Adventist Church, and that will be followed by our Pledge of Allegiance with Supervisor Heidel. Come on up, Pastor Platt, and thank you for waiting for us.
I could have just a 1 minute more. I'd like to just share from the very beginning of everything. As it came into being, God said it was good. And that's a very interesting word that has a lot of significance for us clear down till today. Because whether it was grass or gold or galaxies or human beings, they were all considered good. And the simple meaning of that word in Hebrew is that it was where it was supposed to be, accomplishing the purpose for which it was created. And we find ourselves in that same place today. We're where we belong, we're where we're supposed to be, doing what we were called to do. And we ask God's special touch on all of it. So we pause, Lord, as we begin this day, grateful in our hearts for the gift of springtime and the whole picture of renewal that's in our world all around us. And with that refreshing impact on each of our hearts and spirits, we're grateful, Lord, we can move into the activities you've given us to do, asking for your wisdom and strength and insight to accomplish the purpose for which you've placed us here today. May we honor you with all that takes place. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so if everybody would rise and join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And we're all here in the room this morning, so this should make it, gotta get my brain there. My brain's always like trying to keep up with us. So do we have any changes? I'll start over here, District 2.
No changes, but I'd like to discuss on, item 15, which I have on, and then a little bit on item 42 of last week.
So if you want to discuss something, we have to pull it, or you just want to make a comment?
Just make a comment.
Quick comment, go for it.
Quick comment. I think it's a great thing that we have the annual summer spectaculars going on in Cameron Park Lake. It hasn't been for a couple years now, so I think it's a great thing for the community and for Cameron Park. Also, on 42 of last week.
Oh, of last week?
Yeah.
So you're talking about agenda item?
Yeah, agenda item 42.
No, wait, it's agenda item 1 is the meeting minutes from
Oh, okay.
April 19th. Is that what you're referring to then?
Yeah.
Item 42 on the
On
April 19th
19th.
meeting. Minutes. Okay.
Yeah, and just some point and concerns and stuff. After hearing a presentation that was done by the sheriff's office last night on the hot team, I was, just a little bit concerned that the Board of Supervisors didn't get to see that presentation because it was a great presentation they had and what they were going to do. over by the jail and how they put it all together with the pallet homes. It was amazing is what it was. And it was just, it would have been good that we could have seen both sides, what they had proposed. And other situation is basically on the money that's allocated, the 189K, especially which unexpected balance for housing mentally ill in the amount. I just thought that money's just sitting there. I just would like to see it be spent to help these people, because there's the other day I was down Placerville.
Hold on, George. I don't think that has
Anything to do? Okay.
right. We're just wanting to approve the meeting minutes and that isn't changing anything in the
No,
minutes.
it's not
You're just-
changing anything, just
okay.
a comment. So anyway, oh, you can't hear me? So anyway, I just think that we need to look in that a little bit more and make sure that we spend these money and not let it sit there.
Okay, so we need some clarity next time you want to do something.
Right,
Talk to
okay.
county council first on how to best go about that, I think would be good. Okay.
Okay.
All right, District 3,
No changes.
District 1,
No changes?
District 5,
No changes.
and I have no changes. So then, do I have a motion to approve?
We're gonna take public.
Yes, I guess we should, shouldn't we? Darn it. It is, you're right. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants on the consent calendar. There's no public comment.
Thank you, Kim. Now, do
I'll
I
move
have-
approval of the consent calendar.
Awesome.
Sorry, go ahead.
You second?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. All right, I
Not
don't-
used to being in the room.
I know. We gotta get, and then we had our late start and all that. So this will be a fun day. So we'll get there. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, what time is it? I think we can do our department matter number 40 real quick. It should not take long. Let's see that one, Kim.
Item number 40 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board appoint 2 members to participate in the 2x2 committee for discussions with 2 members of the Cameron Park Community Services District Board of Directors on issues that impact both the county and the community service district.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. A few weeks ago, I received a request from the general manager of the Cameron Park CSD to have a 2x2 setup similar to what we have with the city of South Lake Tahoe, city of Placerville, and the El Dorado Hills CSD. As you'll see in the staff report, the Cameron Park CSD has already identified their 2 members. So the ask of the Board of Supervisors is if you're willing to assign 2 members to participate in those discussions. As has been normal practice, we typically assign a board member that represents the district involved. So in this case, and I recognize 2 board members touch it, but the primary responsibility is under District 2, but it is your discretion of who to assign. So I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Make a comment? Okay.
Please do.
Yeah, okay. I think it's a great thing that we're having this 2x2 meeting and myself being that's in my district and I think Lori being that it was part of her district after the redistricting change. So I think Lori is who I would recommend to be the other committee member.
Sounds great.
Yeah, and I'm reminded by my planning commissioner that part of this Cameron Park CSD is still in District 4 despite redistricting. The lines are
Yeah.
interesting, so that's probably a good idea. So we're thinking of recommending District 2 and District 4 to represent on that committee.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay. Kim, do we have any public comment on that?
Now taking public comment on item number 40, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay,
So I will move that we appoint a the supervisor from districts 2 and 4 to the 2x2 to the Cameron Park Community Services District.
I'll second.
thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. I was trying to stretch it out to our 9:30 item, but we just, of all the times not to take a couple extra minutes, that's hilarious. So our 9:30 item, we have to wait a minute. Yeah, we gotta wait a minute. There's nothing else we can do until then, so.
We need the Jeopardy music.
so- Do we have that? Do we have something? Elevator music? All right, it is now 9:30 and we're going to move on to item number 41.
Item number 41 comes from Supervisor Novosel recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation declaring May 10th, 2022 as National Fentanyl Awareness Day, and 2, receive a presentation regarding opioid abuse and the mission of the Tahoe Alliance for Safe Kids.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Parlin. I appreciate being able to bring this proclamation today. It's an incredibly important problem that we are facing in our nation, in particular with our children. Our school-age children are having so many issues with fentanyl, and so I think this is an important day today. May 10th, 2022 is National Fentanyl Awareness Day. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then I have someone here from TASC that will discuss the issue with us. Thank you. All right, whereas fentanyl is involved in more deaths of Americans under the age of 50 than any other cause of death, including heart disease, cancer, and all other accidents. And whereas practically all fentanyl pills seized by law enforcement are fake, and 40% contain potentially lethal amounts of fentanyl. And whereas fentanyl is involved in more young American drug deaths than heroin, meth, cocaine, benzos, and prescription drugs combined. And whereas fentanyl is cheap, potent, and profitable, and illegally made fentanyl is the primary driver of the recent increase in all US overdose deaths. And whereas fentanyl involved deaths are the fastest growing among 14 to 23-year-olds, and we encourage you at this time to talk about this issue with your children, friends, and family now. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that El Dorado County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize May 10th, 2022 as National Fentanyl Awareness Day, and ask all citizens to share information about the dangers of fentanyl from the National Fentanyl Awareness Day web pages and social media accounts. Thank you. Incredibly important, and it's just so disheartening to hear of this. And from what discussions I've had with people in the know is that there's another drug coming out that's hitting the East Coast that's 100 times more potent.
Oh.
And we have to get this awareness going and education for our children going now. It's incredibly important. So with that, I believe we have on the line Terry Cherry. She is a part of the TASC Alliance, which is the Tahoe Alliance for Safe Kids, which began as the South Tahoe Drug Free Coalition. Terry, I will send it over to you, and thank you for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Supervisor Novosel, and I'm happy to talk with the board about this really horrifying topic. I'm with the Tahoe Alliance for Safe Kids, as Sue mentioned, and we call ourselves TASC. And our mission is to prevent and reduce substance use and the related harm that it can cause in the youth of our children and the youth of our whole community. And that community expands well beyond South Lake Tahoe. We have partners both on the West Slope as well as our nearby Nevada schools. So we're concerned about everyone. I often tell people that the older I get, the more youth there are. And so we've involved our college kids, and really this applies to everyone. This has just gotten to be such an epidemic. Just a bit about me. I was, when I was in pharmacy school at UC San Francisco, and this was in the late 70s, I did a couple of rotations through the Haight-Ashbury Clinic. Some of you may have heard of that, some may not, but it was one of the first drug detox centers in the United States. And it really opened my eyes to the struggles that these people have trying to change their lives and get off of substances. And it really kind of opened up a new compassion in my heart for those who were struggling with this. So after pharmacy school, I came up to Lake Tahoe for a summer, and that's how a lot of us ended up there for decades, I believe. But that was my story, and I started working at a retail pharmacy there. And then in not too long, I was able to get a job at Barton Hospital as a clinical pharmacist, which was really kind of my background and training in my doctor of pharmacy degree. And I had a special interest in pain management. and the effective use of drugs, using as little of the opioids. And it used to be called narcotics, and it really encompassed things like morphine, codeine, Demerol, Dilaudid. I mean, those were the older drugs, and now it's expanded into the Oxycontins and the Lortabs and Vicodins. But that whole class of drugs, and including the synthetic opioids like fentanyl and methadone. But, keeping those, used judiciously and cautiously because of the awareness of the addiction results that could occur inadvertently. And anyway, I just tell you that because in all of my years, being kind of focused on this subject, I have never seen anything even close to what we're seeing now with this fentanyl epidemic. And I would kind of like to make a clarification, because you hear about the opioid overdose crisis that we're in, and the opioid epidemic encompassing the country. And that's true. And, an overdose is really the result of taking too much of a substance. And it's usually a substance that you intended on taking, you just inadvertently took too much of it. And what happens with opioids is it really suppresses your respiratory system. So gradually your breathing becomes more shallow. Eventually, it can go into the stage of not breathing at all. And then you really die of lack of oxygen to all of your organ systems. So that's the overdose situation. I think what we're seeing now, and has been brought to light by several families who have lost loved ones, and this is really fentanyl poisoning. They're taking substances that aren't even supposed to have any fentanyl in it. And in many, many cases, as Sue mentioned, this is just tablets that are counterfeit tablets. Horrifyingly, they are easily obtained over the internet, social media. You can have these things that look exactly like the pharmaceutical drug. You can have them delivered to your home. And in many cases, one pill can kill. You may have heard of this campaign going on, and it's the truth. One pill has killed a number of young people, and it's terrifying and it's heartbreaking. And it's in things that you wouldn't expect. Other opioids, it's just such a couple grains that look like on the end of a pencil is enough to kill you. 2 milligrams can kill you with fentanyl. And so it's easily transported. It's made in labs, apparently easily. All of this are things that have really come to light in the last 2-3 years. When I was still practicing pharmacy before retirement, this was something that was just an operating room drug. You never saw it, out on the street. They did have fentanyl patches for terminal pain patients or uncontrolled pain patients, and it was very effective. But that was the only other time you ever saw fentanyl actually in the public. Now it's running so rampant and it's available so easily. And, when one pill can indeed kill somebody, it's really, really important to heighten the awareness on that. Fentanyl is 50 times stronger than heroin, 100 times stronger than morphine. So you can see what we're talking about here. It really, it's so unfortunate that all of this happens, and kids are just about at that age where, they experiment with things. And, in our day, you could experiment with a pill or something. You heard about what it's supposed to do to you, but you weren't going to die from it. And that's the situation that we're finding ourselves in at this point. So some of the things that the Tahoe Alliance for Safe Kids is doing to increase awareness, we have a close alliance with our school district, and we have shown them some videos that they are sharing with their students and their teachers and trying to get the awareness out there. We are planning to bring some very impressive speakers who very unfortunately have lost their son. And he's even spoken on the Western Slope to several of the middle schools there and very effectively. They have a huge impact when you're looking at a family who's so devastated by a single tablet that got into their son's hands. It really is, it's really a tissue moment. But we're bringing in speakers, we're getting the word out amongst family members and kids and the whole community, really. We're all in this together as far as getting that message to everyone. And another thing we have is a parent texting network where parents can opt in, and we text them messages once or twice a month that lets them know what the current trends are in substance use that we're seeing within our own community, so that it can hit home a little more effectively. And once the parents are well aware and educated about a substance, it's easier for them to have those discussions with their kids. So trying to get that out there. Excuse me. We have partners with all members of our community, including the police department, Barton Hospital, many of the social workers in town, and many of the service organizations, and really anyone who has things to do with kids. The Boys and Girls Club sit on our team. So we really have an expansive group of supporters. And on the western slope, we now have the El Dorado County Opioid Coalition and the Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition, and we all kind of share information and tools to kind of get the word out about all of these kinds of things. So we're happy to be partners with those folks, and they're doing a good job. Narcan is another thing we're really trying to stress. It's more important than ever, and there is a lot of access to free Narcan and free fentanyl testing strips. And so I highly recommend that we increase the awareness about that. On the western slope, most of you are more concerned with what's readily at hand there. The Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition does give out those for free, and they'll even deliver them. So simply calling their main number and you can have the Narcan delivered. And that, overturns an overdose situation. So it's important to get this information out. You may be talking to kids and family members and going, well, this isn't going to affect them, but it might affect their friends. Maybe your loved ones aren't going to be making that call to get accidentally a counterfeit pill, but they may know somebody who does. And so just having those discussions, their peers, their family members, the more they get this information, the better. Just as a statistic, on the western slope, when they were giving out fentanyl test strips, they asked, this is the Sierra Harm Reduction Committee, they asked their clients if they were testing to please let them know what the results were. And what they found a couple of years ago was about 20 to 23% of those that were tested were showing up positive for fentanyl. That was a couple of years ago. The most recent one they did was last November, and it was up to 53% of positive results from testing substances. So it is an important thing. We have to get the word out. And at this point, it really is not a their problem, it's an our problem. And so I thank you very much for letting me convey this information to you. Please share it. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Terry. Tahoe Alliance is doing such an important job in our community. I thank you so much, and appreciate also the West Slope, the Alliance down here that is working on this, because again, we need to get education. And I will share that recently with CSAC, I was at a legislative conference down in Sacramento, and we had the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, was there. And I got a chance to ask him what's going on at the state level with fentanyl awareness. And he said that with this opioid, the lawsuit that we have, money coming into the state is also coming into the state, not just locally, but that he's hoping we can take some of that money and put it towards fentanyl awareness. So I'm very, that lifted me a little bit, understanding that even at state level, we're going to hopefully getting some funding for that. So again, thank you, Terry, very much. And thank you to the entire coalition. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this proclamation.
Can we,
Wanna do
yeah, well, let's do, usually we want to, does the board have any
sure.
question or comments
Yep.
first? And Terry's still available if you have questions of
Sure,
her.
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, let's
Go.
do that first.
I know.
I just wanted to thank you, Terry, for being with us this morning and for so elegantly articulating the depth of this challenge. I have to say, I didn't know that much about this deep challenge in our community. And so you were very helpful this morning in raising all of our awareness. And so thank you so much for your time this morning.
Yeah, I want to say something. It's a big crisis, what's going on. We just lost a family member's son in church because of this. It's an epidemic that's been going around for quite a while. We need to get a handle on it. It's a sad thing what's going on with our community, especially with young people, our kids and our college students. And we need to get solve this problem. We've got to do everything we can to solve it.
Agreed. Thank you, Terry, so much for the information. And I have been seeing those messages out on social media, and I think it would be wise for all of us to start sharing them. The one that caught my attention is those short messages are so meaningful, and the one pill can kill is pretty attention getting. So I'll plan on getting that out better out on my social media. And I think that's something that we can all do as a community with the severity of this issue. So with that, I think
I had my button pushed.
I am so
Go ahead.
sorry. George, but nobody else
The only
did.
one
You're
that
the
followed.
only one did. Got us trained. Thank you.
So this is very, very important to make everyone aware of this epidemic that's increased. But I want to reflect upon the history here a little bit. Back in 1971, then President Nixon said that drug abuse was declared as public enemy #1. We've lived with this for 50 years. This is not new. It takes different forms, but we really have to get our arms around how do we limit access to drugs in this country, in my opinion. In 1986, President Reagan passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act after one of the NBA stars died of cocaine overdose. The war on drugs, right? It's here. And then we start changing legislation to not have the severe penalties, to not protect our borders, to allow the invasion of drugs into our country at low costs. And this is where we end up. We have to do something besides make people aware of it, to try to transform that situation, to change it. It's not easy, but if we don't start working it at the federal level in terms of legislation and then pass it on to the states and protect our borders and protect all the illegal transportation coming into this country, we're going to be living with every year a worsening condition and a new drug that's going to make it even more deadly in terms of one time and you're dead. And unfortunately, our youth will experiment. We understand that. We're young at one age, right? That's what we have to try to curtail. So this is a great program, but I wish we could do more to try to affect a net change after 50 years of recognizing we got a drug problem in this country. So I'll leave it at that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Now, can we have public comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Hagel.
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, Supervisor Novosel.
Yeah, with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass this motion to accept this proclamation.
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good, passed 5-0.
Thank you again, Terry. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, and again, we have an awkward few minutes of waiting.
Wait, let me get my. No.
We want our Jeopardy timer music on.
Do we want to do two froms? I mean, we
Can
can
we
break
fit
them
them
up.
in? Do you want to do that?
I think we ought to, yeah, go ahead and get started. We can
Yeah.
come back, but I think we can probably get through them in maybe 10, 15 minutes.
It'll be a record. Okay.
Yeah, that would be right there.
Supervisor Novus, you want to start us off?
Sure. Well, yeah, and I didn't realize we were actually doing them today, so I don't have anything written, but I will say that as I just mentioned, I was recently at the CSAC Legislative Conference down in Sacramento for a few days, and it was really always a great experience, always great networking. And I think what I learned most there in the 2 days is the homeless situation. It's as much money as we put at it, throw at it, it's just not getting any better. And I'm hearing that from every single county, from Los Angeles County to Shasta County, anywhere in between, the biggest, the smallest, everyone's got this issue. And again, I think our governor's tried to put a lot of money into trying to solve it, and there's just no good solution at this point. It's been tough. So I appreciate all the work we've done on this. And I think I just want to say that what I learned most about the legislative conference was that we're not alone in this. This is just everybody's at the top of their wish list is to try to solve homelessness. And then, of course, the second one is what we'll be discussing later today, and then is about homes. How do we get houses? We've got a housing crisis, same issue, not going away, and yet it's difficult to create a real good solution for. So anyway, I was going to keep it short, and that was it. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hydall.
I'm going to go back all the way back to April 20th. I attended the Saratoga Estates Park groundbreaking. That's a long awaited improvement. They're going to include a big zip line down there. So it's going to be a big attraction, a zip line.
Wow.
Wow.
They have a zip line that was put into the private sector of the park. It became so popular, they had to shut the park down basically because all the kids wanted to go there.
Yeah.
So this publicly accessible park, which is right off of Saratoga Way, will have a zip line that I think is going to be a huge attraction. I just hope they have adequate parking for all the people that are going to want to come and use the
No
zip
problem.
line. So that seems to be the new feature in parks, if you
I
haven't
think
heard
we
about
need
it.
a board field trip.
I think so.
I like that.
The following day, then, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy Board meeting. They're making good progress on administering all the functions that Pioneer has to deal with in terms of procuring electrical power, et cetera. Later that evening, I attended a meeting on from GSEC sponsored, the Growth Factory meeting. It was held at the Toronto Country Club. It's a business accelerator type of program. Our staff is looking into it in more detail as well. Well, that includes Kyle Zimbelman. So I'm thinking that we will end up with something here that we try to pilot, if nothing else. But more to come on that. I think it's a great opportunity for us to encourage businesses to come to El Dorado County and really be effective and successful in their venture. So on Monday, the 25th, at a budget meeting, all the board did, right? We had our budget meetings. I'm just going to mention that. Later that evening, we had our Human Rights Commission meeting. We had the Office of Education and the El Dorado Union High School representation there to talk about some of the history, the sequence of events, et cetera, of the Oak Ridge High School versus Clovis girls soccer playoff. And it was very interesting, I think, to hear from the administrators of the high school what really happened. Because when you read things in the newspaper, you get part of the picture. When you look at things on social media, maybe you get a different part, but it clearly isn't all the things that happened. And so this was really good. It was recorded. So if anybody wants to listen to that from the administrators of the Office of Education, the high school, I think it's worthwhile. So that was very good. And then on April 27th, we had our LAFCO meeting. We approved the fire services MSR. It was a big MSR with some minor changes.
Nice.
We anticipated that would take a while, and actually it went quite well. And that's a huge document. So if you ever want to look at how your local fire department's doing with the MSR reviews, that's now available to the public as a final document.
Yeah, it went well 4 hours later.
Yes, yes. Well, I thought it could be multiple meetings, to tell you the truth.
Well, yeah,
You get that
exactly.
many fire agencies involved, but anyway. And then on the 28th, GSEC held their annual dinner down at the barn in West Sacramento. I think that was well attended, a lot of good recognition, including the mayor of Rancho Cordova, who was recognized for special consideration, given all the contributions he's made to the community. On the 29th, we had our Southeast Connector JPA, and I will let you know that the JPA has decided that thoroughfare portion of it will include 2 roundabouts, one at Sheldon Road and one at Alilani. So they looked at what do you do to keep traffic moving? How do you make this effective without just putting in another signal light on what's supposed to be a thoroughfare? And they've come up with 2 separate designs for the 2 intersections that is moving forward. So we will see, I think, more and more roundabouts as you travel around the Sacramento region. It just seems to be the way these things are coming down. So on Monday, the 2nd of May, I held our El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. We had Mark Riffey from Pioneer Community Energy there. He talked about the website refresh, remodel. They substantially changed the website and now includes a calculator. So any individual customer can go in, and if you're in the E1 rates, you can determine what your monthly savings is, and it gives you an approximate savings over a year. So all you need to do is have your bill and plug in one number. It'll give you which is your total energy use, electrical energy use, and it will give you your savings in the current time frame, and then over a year. And basically, for El Dorado County, it's somewhere between 6%, 6.7% roughly. So it's in that neighborhood. On May the 4th, there was a chamber meeting, a luncheon actually. Assemblyman Kevin Kiley was the speaker. So he's clearly out and about, sending out his messaging. Later that evening, the El Dorado Hills APAC held their monthly meeting, and the sole subject was the Central El Dorado Specific Plan, talking about their comments that went into the Planning Commission, some of their concerns. And I thought that was well received, and a chance for the public to participate in some of that dialogue. And then on the 5th of May, we had our El Dorado Transit and El Dorado County Transportation Committee meetings. And I will mention from the Transportation Commission, we're considering going back to hybrid meetings, both in person and Zoom, in the August timeframe. So Kim, I'm not sure if you've been contacted yet, but that will eventually, I think, surface. There was a discussion by the board, and the general consensus is we want to get back to in-person meetings and have the connectivity with Zoom. So that will require some efforts on the county's part as well to support it. And I don't think there's anything stirring that way for the transit authority right now, but that may come as well. I think as we go on, we'll see more and more committees and commissions and all those things wanting to go back to a hybrid where you have the in-person part as well as opposed to just strictly the online Zoom type of format. So the remote format. So that's it.
Okay, Supervisor Thomas, you want to go ahead? Are you up for it?
Yeah.
And we don't have to start right at
Okay,
10,
great.
so you take a minute.
Absolutely. All right. It was a privilege to represent the El Dorado County Water Agency, as well as El Dorado County and El Dorado County Transportation Commission at Cap to Cap with Supervisor Parlin, and she and I will kind of piggyback our comments. But the takeaways, I'd like to briefly talk about. We also attended SAGHOG. They had their own mission study tour before Cap to Cap started. And so Supervisor Parlin and I went on that day-long curated tour of how you can combine, how you solve housing challenges and transportation challenges in creative ways. And it was a really well-run tour where we looked at 4 different districts. And at each district, they brought local electeds, they brought the mayor, they brought the county supervisor, the developers to talk with us as to how they transformed challenging corridors into vibrant spaces with housing. And for example, one of them was an outdated outdoor shopping mall that was still vibrant, but they, through a great deal of effort, created a whole new transit hub and a big development around that, where they are now, it's a booming economic center for Alexandria, Virginia. Another one, a couple other corridors were car-centric corridors, old, failing commercial corridors that outlived their useful life, where they rethought and reimagined using form-based codes. And Lori and I definitely saw that our equivalent will be design standards to encourage what you do want, to bring in the character of the community into creative ways with housing. As there was a Mosaic district there where they created a vibrant, creative, full-scale mixed use and residential really community from the ground up that was quite creative. But our takeaway on this was that all of these examples, local electeds and counties and city staff had bold visions. They planned and they were intentional about their efforts. And Lori and I kept saying, it being very intentional in
Very.
planning, rather than just accepting what comes to us by default. That we need to continue to have a bold vision in thinking about the challenge that faces, whether it's housing or transportation or homelessness or any other challenge. Be willing to have a bold vision and be intentional and set policies that will set us well for the future. One project that was very, I think, captivating to both Lori and I was in the middle of this mixed use residential community. There was a brand new gorgeous fire station. It was built on the old railway that was going into Washington, DC. And so it had just great design that mirrored the look and feel of that old railway station. But on top of this fire station, there was this gorgeous housing development on top of it. Now, who would put a housing development on top of a fire station? And it was an affordable housing project, all brick and iron. It was just beautiful. Now, I'm sure they've worked out the details of the fire sirens at night with the community. I'm sure they worked through that. But once again, think bigger, think creatively. It was very, very interesting. Then on Cap to Cap, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, it's capital to capital. It's through the SAC Metro Chamber, where this was the 50th anniversary. So for 50 years, the SAC Metro Chamber has been taking delegates from across the Sacramento region back to Washington, D.C. for a couple of days of lobbying at our legislative offices for local projects. And so it was a privilege. Lori and I represented, like I said, those three districts, and the water agency sent us. So the benefits of that was, number one, once again, networking regionally with our local electeds and our local business leaders. It's been years since we've connected, and both of us had really meaningful conversations that could bear much fruit on that, just networking among the delegates. There were 350 of us. But beyond that, we also had the chance to meet with our lobbyist, David Church and Associates. And that is a lobbyist that the County of El Dorado shares, along with the City of Placerville, along with El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And so we met with our lobbyists back there. We had dinner with them. We connected with them on local projects. And they also set us up with private appointments with Congressman McClintock's office and Padilla's office and Feinstein's office, where we had our own meetings talking about local projects one-on-one with our legislators. And those were incredibly valuable. So as far as Lori will talk about our wider agency meetings. But as far as representing the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, we pitched 3 projects, a joint fire and police station with the City of Placerville and El Dorado County Fire. Both those facilities, Station 25 in Placerville and the City of Placerville Police Departments, they have outlived their youthful lives, and they are in dire need of a joint facility. We also pitched the El Dorado Hills Boulevard Preservation Project, which is basically the repaving of El Dorado Hills. It's a sexy term for that. But once again, that's not that bad, but we need to preserve that critical connector that is a major transportation corridor for El Dorado Hills before it falls apart and it costs that much more to rehabilitate. So getting money for that, as well as the Trip to Green project. And that is solving the lights, the 3 lights on Highway 50 that stop traffic, that it's gridlock during tourist season, during fire evacuations. And thank goodness we had a pilot project last year that was able to turn the lights to green when the Caldor fire came and people were needing to evacuate. That worked. Originally, we were looking at perhaps a large overpass that would be a bypass on top. And that was done in the 30 years ago. Our local community, El Dorado County Transportation Commission, the last couple of years has been restudying that along with the community, saying maybe the time is now to do that. We've actually rethought that by the time that's built 20 years from now, it would be a monstrosity and probably no longer needed. So what they're looking at is a technological fix, using technologies, using bollards that pop up that cut off cross traffic and timing the lights. So really a really innovative state-of-the-art project to that the fix on Highway 50 that the El Dorado County Transportation Commission is working at conjunction with the City of Placerville. So we were meeting with our legislators to get funding to test that. So anyway, very productive, more to come, but it was definitely worthwhile, and it was a privilege to be a part of that.
It was, and we laid a lot of groundwork. So, so we can go back and wrap up some of those things. So With that, it is 10:04, so I think we'll trail the rest of the to and froms if everybody's okay with that. Haven't done that one before either. So a lot of new stuff today. Let's see. So now we're going to move on to item 42, Kim.
Madam Chair, can I make a request? Because item 43 should only take a few minutes, so
Oh,
we
you
can
want to
get,
swap them?
if we could swap them, if we could, so to allow CSD staff to get out of here and
Oh,
move on with their day.
absolutely.
Thank you for that. No, it just came up just now.
Okay, I'm like,
So,
did I miss something?
nope.
This is a fun day. Okay, so we're going to do item number 43, Kim.
Okay. Item 43 is a hearing. The board is asked to consider a request from the El Dorado Hills Community Services District to adopt and authorize a chair to sign resolution revising development impact mitigation fees for parks and recreation.
Good morning, Board. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. Today's hearing is to consider the requests to revise development impact fees for El Dorado Hills CSD. As a reminder, the California Mitigation Fee Act provides for the establishment of fees on new development for the purpose of mitigating the effects of development on existing public facilities. The Board of Supervisors adopts these fees on behalf of the special districts based on their nexus studies and fee reports, which you've seen in previous items. The El Dorado Hills CSD report includes a recommendation for an annual inflationary adjustment. However, in the Mitigation Fee Act, it's required that any increase to the fees come back to the board and be adopted by a new resolution. The board has approved increases previously for fiscal years 2018, 19, 1920, and 2021. Approval of today's resolution would increase the fees by 4.2%, and that's based on the change in the annual consumer price index for calendar year 2021. Additionally, the district this year has proposed a new fee, and that's a fee for accessory dwelling units or ADUs. California Senate Bill 13, which was passed in 2019, modified how agencies can charge development impact fees for ADUs. ADUs under 750 square feet can't be charged a fee. And for the larger ADUs, the fee has to be proportional to the floor area of the primary dwelling unit. So the CSD's proposed fee is to be calculated based on the floor area of the primary dwelling and as a percentage of the park impact fee for a standard single-family detached dwelling unit. So for example, if you have a 1,000 square foot ADU and a 4,000 square foot single-family residence, that would be 0.25 if you look at that floor area or that ratio. And then if we multiply that by the new fee with that 4.2% adjustment, that's 12,866. The total for that 1,000 square foot ADU would be $3,216. So it's a much smaller fee, but it is still in proportion to both the regular dwelling unit fee and the floor area of the single family unit. And if approved by the board today, the revised fees and the new ADU fee will become effective 60 days following the board's adoption of the resolution.
And before we get too far, this is a hearing, is that correct? So I need to open the public hearing. Thank you for that. Does anyone on the board have, I don't see any buttons. I'm going to try and get back to our buttons. I don't see any questions or comments from
Not right
staff.
now.
Okay, and then you ready for some public comment, Jennifer? Ready? Okay, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Vance Gerard here on behalf of the North State Building Industry Association, day 2 on the job. I would like to request that the board not adopt the resolution before you today. The BIA has concerns that are not specific to this fee or the increasing of existing fees for inflation, but more so the numerous fees that are levied on new housing by the many jurisdictions contained within the county. On their own, any one of these fees may not seem like enough to have meaningful impact on the cost of housing, but applied together, they serve as an obstacle to increasing the supply of attainable housing. This is especially true when you consider the opportunity that ADUs create for increasing the attainable housing supply. We would like to encourage the board to examine all of these fees in a comprehensive manner to develop a strategy that meets the needs of the various districts while promoting attainable housing supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, then I will close the public hearing. Is there any, I don't see any buttons, just checking. Any board questions or comments on this item?
No, I got a question, Lori. I pushed my button. You got it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah. No, the question here is the increase in stuff, this percentage and stuff. To me, it just, we have a problem with, housing right now. And all that's going to do is increase more of the cost of the impact, and especially when people are, building a new home, especially in that particular area and stuff. So I'm my personal opinion, I don't think this is right at this time for that increase.
Supervisor Thomas?
I agree with Supervisor Turnbull in that, we do have a housing crisis. It's a really complex challenge, and I look forward to our joint discussion this afternoon. I also know that we get ourselves in trouble when costs don't keep up with inflation. Our facilities need to be maintained, and that's a catch-22 when it comes to housing and supply. So, both those things are true and very challenging. I think what I'm struggling with today is the fee on the ADU. I understand the mechanism. I think it's good that under 750 square feet is exempt. I am looking at the mobile park homes, and they are exempt. And if we are truly looking at ADUs as a potential to meet the needs of housing for seniors, for family members, for just affordable, attainable housing, I think the report this afternoon, and I don't want to mix the two items, but showed that the lower income housing is virtually impossible to build without subsidies. So really ADUs make a very attainable solution for affordable housing. And so I'd like my fellow board members' thoughts on, do we exempt ADUs from a park fee, or is the 750 threshold enough to exempt? I'd like your thoughts on that.
Okay, Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, I think we're dealing with somewhat of a unique situation here, because you recognize all of our special districts, 90%, 95% of the revenue is from property tax. If property taxes diminish for some reason, like a recession, they don't have the resources, short of going out with a separate ballot measure or something, or to try to do an assessment to maintain the services. The county is somewhat unique, and we have multiple sources of revenues. We have property tax, we have sales tax, we have TOT. So from that perspective, I draw a line between special districts and the need to have inflationary considerations and a fee for ADUs, because undoubtedly there will be a recreational use factor associated with that. At the county level, I agree with the position that we shouldn't be burdening ADUs with additional fees. But from a special district perspective, having been there and seeing how difficult it is to maintain services, given the fact that you have a fixed amount that's been there for a long, long time, I personally support this because I think it's the right thing to do at this point to make sure that the services are available for the needs of the community. So,
well, this is your district, and I very much value your opinion, but I wanted to have that discussion. So thank you so much for that insight.
Yeah. Supervisor Novosel.
Okay, I did.
I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Well,
'cause
I
have concerns.
Yeah, I think you've all raised some really good points here. And I do believe in ADUs as being a solution, possible. Well, there's no such thing as a real solution. Okay, let me step that back. As a good alternative or a possibility for helping our housing situation right now. Under 750, I don't know what that means, how many that would affect and how many it wouldn't. So without a study, I have no idea what that means, but my guess is that a lot of them are pretty small. But that will limit them as far as developers talking about it, if they know there's a fee there and if it becomes prohibitive. But I tend to agree with you, John, in that I think it is difficult for special districts and I'm certainly not one to try to override where they feel they need to go, because we all understand that we have expenses and we need to find a way to pay them. And if we don't, then we lose services. And that's something you don't want to do. So I think this coming from the district, I think in my mind, I'm comfortable with leaving it as is. But absolutely, the discussion this afternoon should have really important information. And I'd like to see some data and statistics on where we're at. And I think we're going to get that. So, that's kind of my opinion on that. I'm kind of more neutral in this, but I would say that I will acquiesce to where the districts think they need to go financially.
Great. Yep. Thank you. That's helpful.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm really struggling with that ADU bit, honestly. So Jennifer, you brought the item. I'm hoping you can provide some clarity. Can we pick and choose bits too, or is it a whole, or how can we, what authority do we have on this?
Madam Chair, I just conferred with council. You could choose to exclude the ADU provision and just approve it with all other provisions, the resolution excluding the ADU. The resolution would have to be revised, but we don't believe that would require further board action.
Okay.
I would like to just I've heard words like maintenance on facilities. Just a reminder that this is an impact fee to address additional development,
right?
And not for maintenance on existing buildings or maintaining existing services. Is to expand services. So just want to make sure everyone's clear on the mitigation fee.
Thank you for that clarification. Pardon me.
And I just wanted to add that to the CAO's comment, pursuant to the agreement that the county's entered into with the CSD, as well as other special districts on whose behalf we collect and impose mitigation fees. The agreement specifically contemplates that the county will independently consider any proposed new or amended fee, because again, this is a fee that's being adopted by the county pursuant to the request of the CSD with an advisory recommendation from their board, but it is the county's fee.
Okay. Thank you for that, Jennifer.
I'd like to add one more comment here. I think this is the first of these types of proposals that have come before us in terms of request of increasing the fee based upon a COLA and stuff. But if you look at where we are with our fire districts, they're in the same situation, in my opinion, and some of them are much worse situation. If they can't create some new revenue somewhere because of COLA and because of ADUs at some level, and maybe the 750 square feet is a discussion you can have in terms of what the size is.
Yeah.
But at some point, they have to provide additional services, and that's expanded capacity of some kind, right? Whether it's a new building, whether it's a new engine replacement, whatever it is. And each of the fire districts will go through and assign it. So it isn't just a parks and recreation aspect of it we need to think about. It's all special districts. And what this kind of precedent setting condition will do for those. So we haven't had discussion on in the past, but I think we're going to get into discussion on those types of things this afternoon. And I guess the question I would have of county council, if we approve this at this point in time, can that ADU portion of it be changed somewhere in the future? Is that going to come back every year? I don't think it is, right? Not the ADU, the COLA will.
Yes, I think that the COLA has become somewhat standard. We've seen that the CPI increases that are coming to your board more regularly. I suppose the conversation about the ADU fee, it could certainly return. I think that what I'm hearing actually is it probably needs to be considered in a broader context as opposed to in the context of a single special district. So I would frankly expect that it would come back in some capacity. I guess as a practice, as a legal matter, if you're asking if your decision today legally forecloses a future request, I do not believe it would.
Okay, that's what I was asking. So it's not a done deal.
Right.
We could revisit it at some future time, depending upon what kind of requests we receive. But this kind of sets a standard, so to speak, for a district that others will look at and determine what they want to do, accordingly. So appreciate that.
Right. So my thinking is that the CPI on the other fees was expected, and the switch in the ADU is a complete change that I think does need to be part of a broader discussion. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this with the exception of the ADUs and keeping those as exempt for this year, and they can always bring it back at another time.
Yeah, and I'll second that, and for that discussion, further discussion, and saying that I like the idea of not having to charge ADUs, because we are really trying to promote, incentivize, whatever you want to call it, ADUs, because we really need that. Yeah, I think that discussion this afternoon will bring that out, as we all know. So I go along with it in that they can come back and ask again. I'd like to see the data on what single family residence versus an ADU, how that would affect the whole process. And I realize they're just following state law, that they have that ability to do that now. And that's probably where this came in. But I would like to see the reasoning behind how that would affect ADU cells or ability to put them in there. So with that, I do think for now, I'm fine with it too.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So it is approved on a 3-2 vote, correct?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. Everyone, it was a good discussion and obviously part of a bigger picture, and welcome. I think Vance, second day on the job.
Oh,
Thank you for being here. That's always fun. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to item number 42, Kim.
Item 42 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the County of El Dorado. 2, receive a presentation from behavioral health staff about crisis services and wellness activities scheduled for the month of May. And 3, receive a presentation from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, El Dorado.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Daniel Dalmonte, Health and Human Services. I'll keep it short and sweet as we have a few folks speaking this morning before I pass the mic to our Behavioral Health Director, Nicole Ibrahimi-Nukin, to introduce our speakers. So on behalf of the staff and HHSA, thank you so much for recognizing May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas mental illness will affect nearly 1 in 5 adults and children in a given year, regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or religion. And whereas mental health is essential to the overall health of every individual in our community. And whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our county, with many individuals experiencing times of difficulty and stress in their lives. And whereas the public health emergency related to the coronavirus has had an impact on the mental health and resiliency of El Dorado County residents. And whereas mental illness among children, adults, and older adults is a condition deserving priority attention, including prevention and early intervention services and medical and supportive care. And whereas through effective prevention, early intervention and treatment, individuals with mental health conditions can maximize the opportunities for resiliency and positive change. And whereas the cost of untreated mental illness and addictive disorders to American businesses, governments, and families has grown to $100 billion annually. And whereas the stigma of mental illness deprives many people from seeking mental health services they need and deserve to fully enjoy a quality of life in their community. And whereas research shows that the most effective way to reduce stigma is through personal contact with someone with mental illness. And whereas greater public awareness about mental illness can change negative attitudes and behaviors toward people with mental illness. And whereas Through honest, respectful communication, education, and positive community-oriented collaboration, we can break down stigma and provide recovery-oriented mental health services throughout the county. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month and calls upon all citizens, governmental agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, hospitals, and schools in El Dorado County to increase public awareness of the importance of mental health, promote greater understanding and hope for those who live with mental illness, to reduce stigma and discrimination, and pay tribute to all who devote their skill and expertise to the cause of better mental health for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Good morning, Chair Parlin. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having us here today and thank you for supporting us. Today.
It's the
In the darkness.
best day ever.
It happened yesterday too.
It
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
It's the day of electronic challenges.
Here we
There it
go.
is. Back on, back on.
I want to wait.
Yeah.
Oh, it's around now.
Yeah, it is.
That we're back.
Generator phone, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get my power outlet actually for my laptop because it was dying. Right back.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so we're back. We're still on item number 42, and we had a little bit of a power outage here in Building A, and that's why we were gone for a few minutes. So we'll continue on with Nicole.
Thank you. So just for everybody's awareness, public awareness, Nicole Abrahimi-Nukin, Behavioral Health Director. Again, appreciate the opportunity today and for the board to support us in making this proclamation of May is Mental Health Awareness in the year 2022. We have a presentation for you, and we also have a partner today with our local NARMI chapter who also have a proclamation and a little bit of a presentation afterwards. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my colleague, Christiane Kearns, who now actually is, and I'm very excited to announce that, our Deputy Director for Behavior Health. When we made the presentation, she was our South Lake Tahoe Program Manager, but it is now, as of today, very fresh, yesterday, and exciting.
2 days.
to have her as
Welcome,
my-
yeah, congratulations.
Welcome. Yes, very
my
good.
partner in crime. So with that, Chris is going to do our presentation, and thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Chris Kearns, South Lake Tahoe representative. Drove here from the lake today, snowing, but excited to be here for mental health awareness. So, and second day on my job as a deputy director, so I'm very excited. Wanted to share, first our mission in behavioral health in this county. So we hope and we work towards delivering a mental health and substance use disorder treatment services to our community. We do that by having a well-coordinated, timely, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive services that we focus on promoting wellness, recovery, resiliency, and positive outcomes for those who are receiving those services. With that, we envision the way we see El Dorado County behavioral health services to be optimal is we offer a broad array of mental health and substance use disorders treatment services to our community. How do we do that? We do that by having a multidisciplinary team to provide all of these services. That includes individuals who have lived experience. So we usually call them peer support services. We also focus on making sure that it's accessible to all, that we deliver it timely, that's focusing on wellness and recovery, and delivered utilizing evidence-based practices. Like I mentioned earlier, they are culturally responsive through collaboration as well in coordination with our partners countywide. And then one thing that we're really working towards and envisioning is providing a mobile crisis services available 24/7 throughout our whole county, so both slopes. So we believe that we should deliver these services timely. We have the right services delivered to the right individuals, and also the right amount of services, so not too much, not too little. And of course, the easy access to it. So on our next slide, I can show you, this is our South Lake Tahoe team. We are small and mighty, but we are continuing to grow, and we're excited to celebrate mental health awareness. One of the things that we're doing is actually we created a spirit week. This is something that we all engage in to really bring awareness and really show that we embrace mental health and that there's no shame to having any mental health issues or disorders, and that anywhere you go within the county and any door that you go into, you will be welcome and you will be led to the right place or the right treatment that you need. So we do this every day this month. And so the next slide shows our example of the calendar that we created. So yesterday we did Music Monday. So we wear our favorite band or favorite musicians t-shirt and express that. And then today is Tie-Dye Tuesday. We believe that we all express wide array of emotions and that we should not be shy expressing it. And then so on and so forth. I'm not going to go through the, the whole week, but this is something that we really celebrate, and we encourage our communities to celebrate. So our clients also participate, which is really fun. Hopefully by next year, we can show you how we did it and the outfit that we came up with. We'll share pictures, and it just really normalizes mental health, right? I think we've gone through years and years of like really hiding it and really being ashamed of it. And now I think the message is let's start from the basic and just embrace it. So going back to mobile crisis, which is what goal we're trying to sort of like fulfill, is we hope to create a mobile crisis service that meets the needs of our communities in both Slope. And the idea is creating a team that is available 24/7 to provide mental health crisis response when we receive those requests from our community. And of course, we will deliver this through collaboration with our partner agencies. That could be sheriffs or police department, and things like that. And the goal is to minimize any escalation of issues, right? What we were hoping to provide is a timely in the community response to any mental health issues or requests. Then that way we can sort of bridge that, and then it will help us really minimize presentation in the ER or hospitalization, right? I think addressing it and preventing it to preventing it from really escalating, right? Because right now we have very limited resources with regards to with regard to crisis, and everybody just goes to the ER sometimes, or they call the crisis line and then they still end up in the ER, right? I think that in-person connection is really important. We believe that we can make a difference that way. So we're very excited that we will have this opportunity in the near future. So just going back to crisis assessment, this just illustrates the need for crisis response. And the graph shows you the data that we collected in 2021, and it shows you how many crisis assessments we've done in both slopes. So the green represents South Lake Tahoe, blue represent West Slope. So, and then it's broken down into age groups. So we have the child age group, and then total for the county is 284. And then for adult, the total is 891. So in 2021, we completed 1,125 crisis assessments. So just to give you a sort of like a picture of how many that is. And this is just crisis assessment. So I just wanted to emphasize that that does not include crisis phone calls. So somebody who are just calling us because they just need to talk to someone because they're having suicidal ideation, or they just needed resources, right? They're in crisis, they needed to know where to go. These are the ones who actually presented to the ER, so Marshall or Barton. So it's a huge number. And then the next slide shows just kind of like how many of those crisis assessment that we completed ended up in hospitalization. So if you can look at the bottom, 38% of 1,125 ended up in hospitalization. So we're sharing this crisis resources, and hopefully folks and people who may need it have access to it. We do our best to, provide those services as best we can and make it available. And don't be shy to reach out. Thank you.
Make a comment. Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's a great presentation, but can you get that information over to me, all the different numbers and stuff, and then and then I can put that out on my newsletter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it's attached. Yeah,
Is it attached? Okay, good.
absolutely.
Awesome.
Right,
So-
yeah, you have that presentation.
All right.
I was thinking the same thing. We could just take that one slide with all the numbers and share that in
Yeah.
our newsletters
Okay.
and social media. That would be a really
Yeah.
good awareness tool. So
Absolutely.
thank you for pulling that together in the
Thank you.
presentation. And then Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, I have a question relative to the interface with a PERT team. If you have a 24/7 mobile crisis team, does the role of the PERT team change then? Because they don't operate on weekends and there's fixed
Right.
hours. And so is that more the follow-up assessment? I mean, how do we make sure that those two blend together well?
Right, so that's all part of what we're right now going into in terms of our crisis planning grant. We
Okay,
have this year to really look at, I know I really appreciated your participation. Many of you participate in some of our stakeholder groups. And so really what we're looking at, we feel that what we have right now is a good foundation in terms of, but it's not 24/7,
Right.
right? And we also don't really have it in South Lake Tahoe, the way that we have it on the west slope, right? And so what we needed to look at is really look at the community input in terms of, is it just us, the behavioral health department, feeling like maybe that's not enough, or is the community, clearly the community is seeing the need that we really establish that. So it really is in many respects a building upon what we have currently. Now, we're not ready yet to exactly say what that looks like, but like Chris said, certainly we will need to involve, and we want to involve our law enforcement partners, because they're going to be the ones in the community also addressing some of these crises. So we want to look at, what would that model look like, where we really have a solid foundation of partnering with the important partners in these situations, often law enforcement, and having it in El Dorado County geographic areas. There's some challenges around that, so we're not ready yet to say what that's going to look like, but exactly building upon, not substituting, not putting away with what we have in place, but building upon.
so the other question I had is, when you look at the numbers it's on a per capita basis, it would seem that there's more crises occurring in the South Lake Tahoe area than the Western Slope. So is that a socioeconomic related thing? Do we get to root cause at all? I mean, we know the numbers, but is there a root cause behind it?
I can try to answer that based on what I've observed. I think because South Lake Tahoe is very transient, so we get increases in the summertime.
Yeah.
So we know that actually where the spike is usually around summertime is when
Okay.
we see a lot of those presentation. Another thing that was very meaningful in terms of our observation is we've also seen an increase in minor that are presenting in crisis because of mental health. And I think it has something to do with obviously being isolated for a very long time, anxiety, increasing the anxiety and depression. Yeah,
So a lot of factors, it sounds like. so.
absolutely.
Because I always look at, is there something we can do to change that situation to provide a more welcoming, a brighter, whatever outlook on things? How do we get people to recognize how good life is as opposed to getting into depression and those things? But I understand that's a big task. So.
It's a tough one. It is. Supervisor Novosel?
Thank you. Well, and I'll just start off with that. Yeah, our population swells from 20,000, 30,000 in the summer to sometimes millions of people up there in a given time. And, that's going to increase our numbers. But I have a concern, about exactly what you just touched on. For our school age children, the mental health, we knew that there were going to be issues being so isolated for 2 years, over 2 years. And it's now showing up in our statistics. What are you doing exactly with the school resource director, whomever, in trying to get that help specifically to our school children who need it so much right now?
So let me have you respond more specifically to South Lake Tahoe too. So there's a lot of conversations going on right now with the Office of Education and then different school districts in the county in terms of how we with behavioral health, school, and we're also bringing the managed care plans to the conversation to really build and have more access to mental health supports on school sites. To provide greater also education in the school arena in terms of, when the proclamation about the Fentanyl Awareness Day just really fits into that whole need of really, we need to make more efforts. And there is a lot of communication happening now with Office of Education in terms of how to bring that greater understanding, reduce the stigma around mental health awareness. I know we had on the Youth Commission, if I may mention that, right? We had that research that they did, that survey that they did in terms of the high school students, and did they know where they could get mental health support. And And the result was that many didn't know where to go. So that's one of the stepping stones in this building, addressing this need in the community. So I see that in the months to come and in the year to come, we will be able to bring better resources to the schools, better education and awareness to the schools to hopefully be able to address some of that. And you may talk about your direct communication with the school district.
Yeah, for South Lake Tahoe specifically, I think one of the things that's changing, and it's actually, I believe they started this month, is having wellness center in the school. Yeah. So we partner, one of our partner agencies, Sierra Family Services, actually starting it this month for the high school. So with the goal of expanding it and really understanding the need for the elementary school and the middle school system. Another thing that I am working closely with the high school is really how do we mitigate those folks that are having crisis, those students that are having crisis without them going to the hospital first. And so we have direct line of communication actually with the high school counselors so they can call us and say, hey, we have somebody here. What would be the best approach? And then what we're trying to do is really assess them either in our office or at the school first before we can make a determination. Do they really need to go to the hospital, or can we safety plan them or refer them to their therapist if they already have them? Or just a lot of the time they just really need somebody to talk to. So having somebody that's not connected to the school that they may get in trouble with, right? And so that's something that we're continuing to work towards, and just having that ongoing communication, I think, is going to really help sort of change some of that dynamic.
And then my last question was about the homeless situation. And we've got so many people that have the need, to stay out of crisis, especially because this becomes that revolving door of crisis and intervention, and then back in crisis again. But is there a coordination happening? I would imagine between what's happening with our homeless and how we're trying to address their needs and their mental health issues.
Yeah, so we will be close as the behavioral health division within HSSA will certainly be close partnering with that effort as that is being built and gets, in terms of how we can support that, certainly, yeah.
I imagine that's happening already in South Shore.
It is. We actually have really great partnership with the Coalition for the Homeless, and we actually meet every other week and really discuss like who meets criteria. So we have a drop-in for their clients to be referred to mental health in our clinics or outside of our clinics, but kind of, making sure that they can just come in, and then we can really evaluate what the needs are and then refer them to the right place.
Yep, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Thomas.
Just briefly, I just want to thank all of you for your very intentional efforts to address the mental health needs of our community, which has been exacerbated in these last few years, and just applaud the development of our mobile crisis service that, we have a vast county, and this will be so helpful in meeting the needs of our community, and that can be isolated and remote, and might not seek the treatment. And so just applaud you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
So now I'd like to bring up our NAMI partners.
Good morning, board and everyone else. We are here from NAMI El Dorado. I am Julene Aguilar, and I've been involved in NAMI for, oh my gosh, probably about 12 years. I've been here for probably 12 Mays. And I must say that it really is exciting to hear about some of these changes, because we always do this annual report and it just feels very positive. There's a lot going on. So I'll introduce myself, and we're going to do a proclamation, and then I will introduce my colleague here, our new president, NAMI El Dorado president. So yes, I mentioned that I've been involved with NAMI for about 12 years. Just want to give you a little personal bit about that. So I learned about NAMI through my professional job. I run the foster and kinship care education program at the El Dorado Center here for Folsom Lake College, and work very closely with our county child welfare to provide the training that's required for foster parents, who are now called resource families. And in that capacity, I learned, because I'm providing training not only for the people who are being approved to become caregivers, but families that are in the throes of caregiving, learned about NAMI El Dorado and their amazing education programs. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is great for our caregivers because many of our children come into protective custody because their parents are mentally ill or living with mental illness, or they themselves. We know that trauma creates mental health challenges. So I totally embraced NAMI and got involved, was invited to join the board. So I started participating, and then in learning, discovered that one of my own children was experiencing anxiety and depression, so now, have that experience as well. So just, and so I'm so grateful for our mighty but valuable team here in the county, all volunteer, I must add. But we do appreciate this opportunity every year to honor a highly regarded member of law enforcement for the service that they've been providing as a CIT, the Crisis Intervention Training or Multidisciplinary Team Liaison, their leadership. And this year, I don't believe our honoree is here, but we've chosen to recognize Police Chief David Stevenson for his thorough understanding of the mental health needs in South Lake Tahoe, his hometown. He is effectively helping NAMI families get help for their loved ones. And he's demonstrated really impressive dedication to getting the right resources to the right individuals. So I would like to read our proclamation. Recognizing Police Chief David Stevenson. Whereas mental health is essential to the overall health of every individual in our county, nonetheless, mental illness will affect nearly 1 in 5 adults and children in a given year, and law enforcement often responds first to individuals in mental health crisis. And whereas Police Chief Stevenson consistently demonstrates law enforcement's best practices when seeking to understand and address the needs of South Lake Tahoe's mentally ill population. And whereas Police Chief Stevenson has established a multidisciplinary, inclusive, and collaborative approach to law enforcement and mental health. And whereas Police Chief Stevenson's leadership in forming the department's first full-time homeless outreach team serves as an example to law enforcement throughout the county. And whereas Police Chief Stevenson's commitment to creating support for individuals in crisis by collaborating with El Dorado County Behavioral Health to form a psychiatric emergency response team reflects his dedication to meeting the community's needs. And whereas Police Chief Stevenson's committing a full-time officer to the newly formed South Tahoe Alternative Collaborative Services demonstrates his desire to find solutions to complex problems. And whereas Police Chief Stevenson's positive, community-oriented collaboration strengthens the effective relationships between county agencies, first responders, and the county's mental health communities so that we can reduce barriers to services and create long-term stabilization for our community's homeless and mentally ill. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Directors of the El Dorado County affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness does hereby recognize Police Chief David Stevenson of the South Lake Tahoe Police Department. Chief Stevenson's leadership, problem solving, and collaboration are examples to law enforcement, first responders, behavioral health, healthcare, and the mental health community. This proclamation is concurrent with the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors proclamation establishing May 2022 as Mental Health Month and calls upon all citizens, governmental agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, hospitals, and schools in El Dorado County to increase public awareness of the importance of mental health, promote greater understanding and hope for those who live with mental illness, to reduce stigma and discrimination, and pay tribute to all who devote their skill and expertise to the cause of better mental health for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now for our new president.
Thank you.
Diane Rabinowitz.
Greetings, supervisors. My name is Diane Rabinowitz, and as Julene said, I am the newly elected president of NAMI El Dorado County. Not 2 days, but 2 months. And I've heard amazing stories about the role NAMI has played in this county over the years. One of them is that at one time, NAMI offered you breakfast on this day. Yeah. Not happening now.
Sorry.
Hopefully next year. So I just want to also thank Daniel and thank the board for your acknowledgement of Mental Health Month and the need for all of our citizens to understand the seriousness of mental illness, that it can be treated if it's caught early enough, that even the most intractable cases can recover. How do I know this? My son has been ill since 2009, and he cycled through many police pickups. He's been in jail, he's been homeless, he's been in failed treatment. However, for the past 2 years, he's been in a very successful treatment situation. And he calls me and reads me poetry every night. So we're hopeful. I moved here 2 years ago in hopes that if we came to a smaller, closer knit community, he would find more healing, because nature and the rural nature and just the way people are here. So unfortunately, when I came here, I saw homeless people using crystal meth right downtown Placerville. So I vowed to become part of the solution of addressing homelessness and mental illness and drug abuse, which I have been doing for the past 2 years, which resulted in me being unprepared completely to be thrust in the position of president. So anyway, we have been impacted, like most people, by the past 2 years, the COVID and the fire, and it has really hampered our efforts. However, now we are trying to coalesce, bring back board members, find new board members, and create a strategic plan that will restore what was once the wonderful programs that we had throughout the county. We had really strong service in South Lake Tahoe, and we want to use that as a microcosm for the kind of possibilities of working with partners in schools and Department of Behavioral Health and other groups to expand. Now, the statistics that were cited about the prevalence of crisis calls and hospitalizations, for every one of those people that are experiencing a crisis, think about the families that are trying to, and the loved ones that are trying to bring support, find help, see their loved one improve in condition. That's where NAMI comes in. We provide support services for families, education, support groups, for families and the individuals themselves. And we want to envision an expansion of our offerings throughout the county. We want to make our services known in every doctor's office, every hospital, every emergency room, every school, so that these families who don't know about what we can help, how we can support them, can learn and hopefully gain some support from participating with us. There's one other thing, I can't remember what it was. Oh, and we also are embracing a bold vision to create a clubhouse, which is a place for people with serious mental illness as they recover to go beyond what the wellness centers offer and take another step, a courageous step into the community in either expanding their education or their vocational, their vocational goals, their career goals, and get mutual support and work experience to help their in their recovery. So you can look forward to hearing more about that in the future months also, maybe next year when we have our breakfast.
There you go.
So, and also I am really appreciative of our opportunity to honor a member of the law enforcement for the work. It's unfortunately they're the first responders. It's really important that they get trained to help reduce the trauma that the person with serious mental illness is already feeling. And from my understanding, this county has been supportive of all law enforcement getting that kind of training. So thank you for your support of what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Does any board members have any questions or comments for NAMI folks? Supervisor.
Just going to say real quick, thank you for all of your volunteer work. It's an incredible what you do for our community and for those citizens that really need that help. And I know it's just drawn from your heart and from your experiences, and really, really thank you for that.
Diane, thank you for sharing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Darn it, I thought I'd try no buttons and look what it did. We'll go with Supervisor Thomas really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for sharing your story. And that's that just really meaningful. And I love that you considered El Dorado County a place of peace and healing and connection. I think that's what we all strive for. And so thank you for helping us all commit ourselves to that ideal. That's such an important thing. And I think it's also really important for us all to be aware that, like you say, it's families that need support, and what a loving response that you give your time and your talents to supporting those families, which then helps our entire community, as well as the individuals, you know, that are needing support and encouragement. So thank you for your good work, and appreciate all of you raising our awareness of how important this work is.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I want to thank you for all your hard work and stuff, especially being in a volunteer group. So it's very awesome. And being a pastor, I reach out to a lot of people that have a lot of problems and stuff like that. So, and give them spiritual advice. So anyway, thank you for everything you do.
And I want to personal note to Diane, I owe you an email. I was gone for a week and I'm still getting caught up, but you are on my to-do list to follow up with you because of your club idea. It sounds very interesting. And I appreciated our first meeting in our office. I learned a lot from you. So thank you for everything you do. And I think with that, we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, with that, I would like to move this item that we adopt our proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. That passes 5-0. Thank you to everyone. We really appreciate everything you do for our communities. Okay, with that, let's see. Oh, we trailed our to and froms, correct?
Yep.
That was so weird. We've not done that before. Today is a day of firsts. So I think Supervisor Turnbull, you're up.
All right. Let me go. Let me get this going on. Anyway, let's see. April 20th, we had the county chamber business luncheon, and Sheriff D'Agostini was a speaker. It was a very great event. Let's see, I got so many stuff that's going on.
Just remember, just committee report outs and stuff.
Yeah.
That should help.
Okay. Well, I want to, a lot of the stuff John's already talked about, all the meetings and stuff we had, but there were a lot of events that I was at. We had Dawn and I went to the luncheon at Cameron Park luncheon, and after that we went out to Grizzly Flat and met with a lot of the people from FEMA and also Cal OES. It was a great meeting and stuff, and I was just amazed how many people showed up. I mean, and also Moki was there and Carla Haas representing the county. It was probably approximately anywhere from 40 to 50 people. So it was really amazing, and they wanted to see all the impact of the fire and stuff. And we did talk a little bit about, some of the individual assistants. I met with the guy, and they're going to see what they can do. And Don talked about it when we got back a little bit about talking about the president to honor his word. So that was a great event. We really had. Also, we had the food bank had that big presentation for Grizzly Flat, all the people who were impacted by that. It was unbelievable. There was well over 400 people there.
Wow, that's right.
Yeah, and sheriff was there. Don showed up. He was there and stuff. The sheriff spoke. McClintock spoke. Kevin Kiley was there. It was a great event. They passed out I think it was $160,000 they gave. 80,000 from the food bank, and then Bill Roby matched it with another additional 80,000. So it was an unbelievable event. It was really, really good, and it really it touched my heart to see all those people that were there, you know, and some of the stories that was going on. Also, I was interviewed by Channel 3 News. Anyway, and then I also spoke and kind of touched people's hearts. So it was a fantastic event. It really was. Also, we had in Cameron Park, we had also at a later date, it was May 1st, and that was when we had the substation, the ribbon cutting for that in Cameron Park for the new sheriff substation in Cameron Park. And then that was earlier, and then we had that event that night. Also, oh, and by the way, the Eldorado, actually, the Republican Central Committee passed out a check to the pastor there of $9,100. They gave him personally for the church that was burnt down. So they gave it to the pastor to help them in the possibility of the rebuild process. So that was really good. Also, we had the Caldor Fire tour we had at the Amador El Dorado County Forest Forum. It was very good, very informative. That was just last Saturday. It was a great event and learned quite a bit in what they're doing. And yesterday, I got to go up there and tour the helicopter that actually the Forest Service is contracted now. It'll be at the, the Placerville Airport and stationed out there. So I think it's going to be a great thing, especially when we come to these horrific fires and stuff in El Dorado County. And they'll be based there and basically, and they said the response time, we get it off the ground within less than 20 minutes. So I think it's a great thing.
So that'll be helpful with
Yeah,
all our
very helpful.
fire stuff coming up. Okay, I'll wrap this up then. I have more than I wanted to though, because it's been 2 weeks, but on Thursday, April 21st, Supervisor Thomas and I had a lunch meeting with the Growth Factory also. I know there's been a lot going on, so we'll just, between the two of us, hopefully we'll cover everything. And it was really exciting to hear the Growth Factory is a nonprofit, and they were meeting with our county. I think they've met with just about everybody now about potential opportunities that the county might be able to partner with them in the future. So exciting. And actually Monique from the Growth Factory was also on Cap to Cap. So I bumped into her quite a bit and had some follow-up conversations. So it was really good. Networking is important. I'm getting the hang of that. That evening, Supervisor Thomas and I went out to Mosquito with our DOT staff for a town hall on Mosquito Bridge, just getting the community prepared for that. Construction is going to be intense for the next 3 years. And there should be an item coming to the board in the next week or so to actually approve the contract with the contractor and get going. So very exciting. It's going to be one of the historical project in El Dorado County. So it's really neat to be a part of that. On Wednesday, the 27th, I virtually attended RCRC because I was still getting over my cold, so I didn't want to share. So I virtually attended, which is why it's nice to have that capability. A couple of things just to share from that. And I think everyone in El Dorado County, all the employees got an email from Carla regarding the Assist to Own project through Golden State Finance Authority, which is a part of RCRC, which is down payment assistance for employees of member counties, which is why it's really cool that we're a member county. So they basically, RCRC was hearing a lot of concerns about keeping folks living in our counties and being able to afford homes. So through the Finance Authority, they thought that this was a neat program to try out. And I will say that El Dorado County got called out specifically because our HR director was so excited that they wanted to be the first ones to get it out. And I think we were. So it's an amazing opportunity. I hope our employees are able to take advantage of that. And then in addition to the regular ongoing legislation stuff that's going on with water, wildfire, forest management and all that, I did want to, I didn't know if everybody's been tracking, but there's this effort by the state and the feds to do this 30 by 30 conservation effort, and it's to conserve, is it 30 million acres by 2030 or something like that. Both the state and federal government are doing this. And the concern by many of the smaller rural counties is that they already are consumed by a lot of state and federal land. And the intention of this legislation isn't clear what it means to, conserve. And so RCRC is really engaged in that to make sure that we don't lose more authority of federal or state land. So just something I wanted to put on your radar, because I think our county could be impacted by this, depending on where they go with it. And then Cap to Cap was amazing. I will say that in my mind, Ken Payne, our water agency director, who sent Supervisor Thomas and I, made it very clear that the intent this year to go was to get back in the groove and reestablish those relationships. I had gone in 2019, brand new supervisor. Remember, Supervisor Veerkamp was like, "Come with me," and he took me to all these meetings, and I didn't know what was going on. But with the 2-year hiatus, a lot of those relationships have, are rusty. There's new staff and all that, and so we were just there, kind of reestablishing those things and gearing up for our advocacy efforts, especially for water, which is on everybody's minds. And then we also made a special effort to, when we did meet with our legislators and congressional representatives, to bring up HR, it's 5689, which Supervisor Turnbull was especially interested in. And we just advocated for that specifically because it seeks to have FEMA replace water systems that have been damaged by wildfire or are susceptible to wildfire, and replace them with more robust and resilient systems. So our Grizzly Flats would be impacted by this legislation, and we're hoping it is already making its way through the process. So we think it'll get passed no problem, but you still want to be there to advocate for it. Right. So then on Thursday, May 5th, we did have a biomass ad hoc committee meeting. Supervisor Turnbull and I did. Greg Stanton, our consultant, is just making great connections and forward progress. And I'm hoping that we have a press release to share with everyone later this summer about a potential smaller project while we work on a bigger project. So there's a lot going on there, and I'm really excited. It's neat to get things done. Friday, May 6th, we had a virtual EDOK El Dorado Opportunity Knox meeting. And I attended as a member of the board. And I just wanted to share with you that the board appreciated our input letter. And they did go through and changed the whole document to reflect that it's El Dorado County for consistency, so there's no confusion. And they did vote to remove the one item that we had concerns about. It was like 2.2 about some landlord tax item that just was a little not clear. And they decided it was better to just remove it for now. They can always revisit it, and they adopted the plan. So we now have a strategic plan, and they already have teams working on implementing it. So things are really moving forward with that. And then later that day, Friday, Dawn Ashton and I actually took, so RCRC's executive director, Pat Blacklock, he's been there about a year now, and he's making his way to all the counties for tours to see what's going on. So I had the privilege of putting together an itinerary, which I was like, oh, what the heck? There's so much in El Dorado County, but kind of focused on issues that RCRC's been working on. So biomass, broadband, vegetation management, outdoor recreation. So, and as luck would have that, all that happens to be in my district. So we took a beautiful tour, and he's always welcome to come back to do more if he'd like to, but it was just nice to share that with them. I've been watching the newsletters of the things that they've been touring in other counties, and he said ours was kind of lovely, because a lot of times he goes to other counties and they sit in meeting rooms and talk about stuff. And I'm like, how boring, go out and see your county. So it was great. So I appreciate that. And thank you, Don, for that. He was our driver. And then Don, do you want to do your CAO update now? And good?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's update will focus primarily on Caldor. We got the report this morning. I don't know if it's attached to the legislature yet, but it will be by this afternoon. 2 points that we really want to highlight. We've now received 11 total permits to rebuild homes. One of them has been approved, so that those processes are coming in. 11 electric permits have been issued, 9 RV permits. So we're starting to see people that desire to rebuild in that area. So that's good news. The other really good news is last night we received a letter from FEMA authorizing Cal OES to do the debris removal cleanup on the forest cabin property. So there's conversations happening today between my office, Cal OES, and the Forest Service about how to message that to the cabin owners. There are some restrictions that apply, but I will make sure the full board sees that letter later today. So that's great news. And special thanks to our response team, Carla and Moki primarily, and really to Cal OES for continuing to advocate to the federal government. This is the first time that has happened.
Wow.
For FEMA to reimburse on Forest Service land. And the argument that was made that was successful was that debris causes a public health risk to the rest of the state. And FEMA bought it. And so we're good to go. So and thank the board for all their support there. Last update is the video that the board authorized to be prepared is going through final edits now. It should be done today or tomorrow.
Oh, good.
So, and then that will be publicly
Yeah,
available as well.
Anyway, so it's going to be great. It really is. Only one take for me. That's pretty good.
So that'll be out on social media. We can
Yeah.
all share that away. And
Exactly.
okay, very good. Thank you, Dawn. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So with that, I think we're ready for lunch, kind of early, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock for open forum and the
Wow.
rest of the agenda. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock and we are back from lunch and we're ready for open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Oh, that's loud. It's loud today. Before the clock begins, I noticed that you're missing a Space Force flag. That's a new armed force. And I saw it yesterday in the USO when I was passing through the airport there.
Go ahead and start the timer, please, Kim.
Okay, good afternoon. I have submitted a formal complaint to you against Commissioner Grimaldi for accusing me of criminal acts against her. She made those claims to you on April 12th, and I gave you notice of my intention to file a complaint on April 19th, and I'm submitting that today. Grimaldi's claims were made without reservation, but also without any evidence. It is your duty to respond to those claims, even without this formal complaint, as she is your commissioner and she made those claims directly to you. After Grimaldi made her accusations, Supervisors Parlin and Turnbull simply responded, "Thank you, Linda," while the rest of you remained silent. There was no outrage of a criminal accusation made by her to you or any admonishment of any kind that her charges were made on county property using county resources without any evidence whatsoever. Grimaldi's accusation that I was stalking her is a very serious charge. Stalking can be prosecuted as either a misdemeanor or a felony, with incarceration in a county jail for up to a year or in prison for up to 5 years, and in either case, a fine of up to $1,000. Following a felony conviction, that person can also face civil penalties for damages. Grimaldi also faces serious charges. I told you on April 19th that her claims were false, but she hasn't withdrawn them, and you have sat in tacit silence to them. If she were to repeat those false accusations to a grand jury or to designated peace officers, she would be guilty of a misdemeanor herself and could be jailed for up to a year and or pay a $1,000 fine. My complaint requests two things: your referral of the matter to the district attorney for investigation and prosecution, in part because all of you on the dais were witnesses. In lieu of an investigation, you can also rescind Grimaldi's nomination at any time, including today, because the matters have already been before you on April 12th and April 19th. And of course, that follows your admonishments to Grimaldi on March 22nd, when you reminded her that she was a direct reflection of the board before you nominated her anyway. Frankly, you should do both the things that I'm requesting. Cut Grimaldi loose immediately for making an irresponsible accusation to you against a member of the public, and immediately refer the matter to the district attorney due to the seriousness of the charge and the seriousness of the penalties to her and to the person she's accusing. After all, this is your issue. It's not mine, because Grimaldi made her accusations to you in her appointed position from this podium, utilizing county resources. So today I'm asking, what are you going to do about it? Please tell me and the public how you intend to respond to my complaint. I'd also like you to respond to the same question about the January 10th complaint that I submitted regarding Commissioner Cockrell's public harassment of school officials. Nothing's been done about it for 4 months. Silence is not leadership, nor is allowing your appointees to continually abuse the public trust without any consequence whatsoever. You are the county senior leaders and the buck stops with you. So I'm asking you to take these matters responsibly and act on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Ott. I'm the president of Eldorado Gold 1848, the new nonprofit corporation that was established in the fall of 2020 in hopes of acquiring the building that previously was occupied by the district attorney and was originally constructed in 1940 as a U.S. Post Office for Placerville. And very simply, we're here to thank you today. It was 1 year anniversary on April the 29th since we acquired the building. And we made a commitment at the time of acquisition that we were going to give you a report during the first year's activities to show you exactly what we've been doing. We're very, very proud of everything we've done so far. We have many, many more irons in the fire to go ahead and get more done. We're looking for grant money, which we have applications being submitted right now, and the future looks bright. So again, on behalf of the 6 members of the board of directors of our corporation, thank you for your confidence in our organization.
Thank you, Fred. We appreciate the update. Anyone else? Open forum. Melody, if you don't come now. Oh, Fuzzy.
Good afternoon, I'm Uncle Fuzzy. I'm also on that board with Fred Ott. And of course, we all know the other guy sitting there. What's his name?
I don't remember.
Chris Payne. That's Chris with a K. But I'm here to thank you also, but I'm also here to challenge somebody I've talked to before that she has a job to do. And I'd like to see it done sometime in July. You don't remember. Miss Wendy's family's been here for a long time. And part of this program we have there is to take the heritage families, whomever they may be, and if there's only one left, that's okay too, and do a display of the family. What part did they have in El Dorado County? Now, my family would have a little teeny part because he was 48er and he left and never came back till I came. So, you know, I talked to Miss Wendy about that. And so I like to remind you, that's your homework, darling. I'm going to be pestering. And also, I wore this. This is a Go Padding Club in Austria that has a championship every year. And I'm the only American to ever be on the podium twice. And 3rd place in the veterans and 2nd place in a 3-man team. And my team members were another Austrian. And we had a young lady from Poland who was 13 years old. And we looked there and she was very tall, very thin. And we said, we're going to be in last place with her. Well, you know, we lost the goal by 15 seconds. So she was good. So anyway, you standing here before you is the only representative of El Dorado County besides Joyce, but she never got on the podium there. So thank you very much. And get your homework done.
Okay. Thank you, Fuzzy.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I've been a paid member of the Taxpayers Association since 2008. The public is welcome at these meetings, but apparently I am not. During yesterday's taxpayers business meeting, Lori Parlin, Carl Wayland, and Planning Commissioner Chris Payne witnessed as Planning Commissioner Andy Nevis resorted to his usual discrimination and censorship. Andy is using the same playbook as his cohorts, Senior Services Attorney Al Hamilton, former Supervisor Jack Sweeney, and Sheriff D'Agostini, who are on public record for threatening me. During the meeting, Brian DeBerry referred to his recent letter to the editor published in the Mountain Democrat, explaining the newspaper deliberately censored the name of recent taxpayer speaker Don Ashton. When I raised my hand to comment, Andy refused to recognize me. I spoke anyway, describing when my consultant accompanied me to meetings with Mountain Democrat publisher Richard Esposito. Our purpose was to discuss letters to the editor that had whole sentences removed, thus changing the context of the letters and also the subject of deliberately biased hit pieces. Such unethical tactics are no less serious than raiding USPS mail and editing personal correspondence. Andy proceeded to report on the private meetings of taxpayers directors he has been unlawfully spearheading in retaliation against me for exercising my right and duty to expose government corruption that deprives EDC taxpayers of the blessings of freedom. Secretary Todd White is required to take the minutes and make them available to the public as required by law. But Andy is complicit in using the Taxpayers Association for his own political agenda and conducting meetings as a secret society. After the meeting and in the presence of Lori Parlin and Chris Payne, I approached Todd White. Todd, you are required. Hey, I'm talking to you. Todd replied as he returned away, I'm not talking to you. I continued, but I'm talking to you. You are required to give me all correspondence, including the schedule of speakers. Chris, You are a witness to this. Your vulgarity is a matter of public record and there will be consequences for it. Obviously, HR did not take any kind of disciplinary action against you. Again, you are a public servant. Don't forget that. I then approached Andy Nevis, who turned away and would not give me eye contact. Andy, I do not appreciate your discrimination and censorship. That's the law. You do not have the right to control the content of anything I say when I'm addressing any public servant. It is a violation of my First Amendment rights and you have no authority to do that. The facts speak for themselves. Lori Parlin, Andy Nevis, Chris Payne, and Todd White are complicit in fraud and government corruption. It is called cultural Marxism, which is antithetical to Judeo-Christian principles upon which our nation was founded. Be assured there will be legal consequences. If you have any questions or comments, please make them now while I'm at the podium.
Thank you, Melody.
Hearing none, Madam
Melody,
Clerk,
you're
please
done.
enter these documents
Thank
into
you.
the public record and
Go have
quit
a
your
seat.
discrimination. You are violating the law and the Brown Act.
Everyone gets 3 minutes.
Okay,
only.
you
Go have a seat.
You are discriminating.
Thank you for
Lori.
turning off the
You're
microphone.
You're showing your disrespect for the Constitution, your oaths of office, and for the citizens of this county. You're on a power trip.
Is that all the comments we have in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Ken Greenwood from the fabled Triple Junction out there at 352. I live in by a couple hundred yards, District 3. WTF is the WTF ordinance revision? Waiting for that. I haven't received any notice or update as to when it is. I will contact my representative. Remember, we get promised those Christmas trees and we get we see a lot of it out in the Caldor fire area. That's that's what we end up with is our stealth monopines, if you will. So anyway, just waiting anxiously for notification of that to begin. In the meantime, I do suggest once again that the board adopt a moratorium on the approval of any wireless telecommunication facilities until this is resolved. Building these next to people, even after a public hearing, is still a takings. You can't sell your house. Your value of your house goes down. But by not being able to sell it in a timely manner, that is a takings. So please consider that. Also, the cleanup program out in various places because of the fire have seemed to have violated the Antiquities Act, but more importantly, the cleanup has not been, especially out on Mormon Immigrant Trail at the Bryant's Ranch, they didn't allow any documentation of the historic site that was out there. Again, it's just part of this whole rush to clean up, if you will. Additionally, there was 100+ people attended a meeting at the Pleasant Valley Grange to talk about the future of Pleasant Valley, Colorado, and Diamond Springs. Yes, as a reminder, people are very interested in this, and we have there is what's the name, Dorado Oaks, or whatever the name of that monstrosity is. This is a project that is not ripe for development. And thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from 179. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. I hope that you had a wonderful weekend and you're doing a great job, and you probably don't get told that enough, covering hundreds, maybe thousands of different areas. I just want to encourage you all that it was wonderful seeing the vote toward the homeless housing crisis emergency declaration. I know the other sites and went out to Perks Court. We just encourage anyone that is adversarial against the Perks Court location. It is so wonderfully secluded and can not only be seen from Highway 50 nor from at least down on the where the three structures, old structures that need to be removed are. It's just a beautiful location. I want to encourage you that moving ahead as leaders, no one who has ever been a supervisor for the county and no one who ever will be one will ever please everyone. And I am glad for your courage and unity in moving toward helping the homeless, not only in the case of trying to avoid a area-wide fire, but for the case of humanity, that the entire county is looking for humanitarian leadership, and that would be what this navigation center would provide. This month is National Mental Health Month. I would really love to see a proclamation recognizing NAMI, the National Alliance Dealing with Mental Illness, our local branch, having a speaker come in. If you would invite them, I don't think they're usually self-inviting. So please invite them and make some kind of declaration toward national mental health, because after the Caldor fire and the pandemic with COVID and all the other crises, the entire populace is dealing with mental health. I don't know how we came to be one of only 4 counties with no emergency beds in California out of 58 counties. But let's move forward, lead the way, be brave, and those who are critics will eventually be advocates and admirers. God bless you. Lead on. Thank you. God bless. Bye.
Thank you, Jonathan. Just for clarification, I don't know, maybe Jonathan, you weren't listening this morning, but we did have a proclamation for Mental Health Month, and NAMI did present. So you can always watch the video recording of that if you want to see their presentation. It was very well done. So
Now taking public comment from Michael Panetti.
Good afternoon, councilors and supervisors. My name is Mike Panett. I'm calling on behalf of a CCUP application that is going to have its public hearing on this Thursday, I believe, between the Planning Commission and others. I think it's the Cyberly Holdings Lee Tannenbaum. I was reminded of this when I was out of the blue watching the news last Friday night when a KCRA documentary came up on the difficulties of the El Dorado County implementing the commercial cannabis licensing process that was voted on by over 60% of the people in El Dorado County in the 2018 election. I've seen some of the Planning Commission members at various public forums and events, and the same 1 or 2 people are still in that position, but nothing's moved forward in 4 years. I think the county residents spoke, and I think somebody said it earlier. The supervisors, the sheriff, and everybody else should abide by what the majority of people want for this county. It's pretty, by enabling the commercial cannabis growth, it's going to provide new jobs to the region. It's going to enable small businesses and small farming. It's going to ensure that these areas are going to have firefighting resources, new fire breaks, new hydrants. It's going to drive out, hopefully, the illegal cannabis growing in the area, which, as we know from Brian Ishmael, it's had severe consequences on him and his family. And, you know, the amount of taxes, while we all believe they're excessive, will provide, you know, for fire suppression, community activities, schools, and help people kind of recharge after, you know, this last 2 years of COVID. COVID may have slowed it down, but frankly, there's many counties, not only in California, but all across the country that have implemented these processes to commercially grow cannabis and have it easily licensed. The whole background check issue, which I believe there's a lawsuit for, was an abomination. The continued raiding of various farms is a threat. It's a threat to the community and people's livelihoods. So I encourage you as a member of the community to do the right thing. Stand up, make your voices heard, enable what the county residents overwhelmingly approved, and move it forward. Not one license in 4 years. That's shameful. I think we need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last night at our County Republican Central Committee, we had a presentation from the Sheriff's Hot Team. And I wanted to point out the human disaster that was created by the Placerville City Council, by Supervisor Wendy. It is the most unbelievable heap of trash I've ever seen. I don't even think the dump has as much trash as that campsite up there on Newtown Road does. And I really want you guys to do something about the homeless situation. I want you guys to address the mental illness and the drug abuse. But what is going on up there is a human disaster. And so far, the presentations that have been given do not give an immediate solution to this problem. I don't even see anything happening by August, which is definitely into fire season. There's nothing on either agenda for the city council or for you guys today. I don't know if you have something next week and you're getting ready to move on something, but we know that Broadway hotels are not sufficient. Lucky for you, Wendy. But I do feel that it is a conflict of interest that Wendy Thomas, Dennis Thomas, council member, and council member Borelli, even said she didn't want this homeless shelter in her neighborhood. So I think that it with the amount of property that Supervisor Thomas owns on Broadway, I think it just looks really bad that you're not recusing yourself. Councilman Thomas said that the Board of Supervisors created the problem with Pollock Pines, but I have to remind everybody that most of the people that are in Pollock Pines came from the homeless camp down on Newtown Road, which was created by Supervisor Thomas and Council Member Dennis Thomas and the rest of the city council, as far as I'm concerned. But if you get with the hot team and look at that massive pile of toxic, hazardous trash, people ask if the campers would clean up the campsites, but obviously it requires the work of hazmat. And I don't even know how big a task that is up on Newtown Road, but you guys got to move. You need to do an emergency meeting. You need to get something going ASAP. The military can set up tents. They can do that stuff in a matter of days. I don't see why you guys can't move with urgency to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Don Wilson.
Hi, I'm Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. I echo what Pastor Gainsborough said. Thank you for taking a vote and moving forward. But that's not really what I wanted to speak about. You were delivered a document by paper, and it had some resolutions on there in support of Stacy Wall's Toys for Tots and the Marine Corps League. And I'd just like to state that I support those resolutions, and I'd like to see them agendized and voted on. And as for the weekly, you are our servants harangue. Kudos to you for sitting through that week after week after week. It would make me a little crazy. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I don't believe there were any questions that need responding to. Didn't see. So with that, we're going to move on to item number 44.
Item number 44 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, Housing, Community, and Economic Development Programs, recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing to consider adopting and authorizing the chair to sign a resolution amending the program guidelines for the first-time home buyers loan program to comply with Home Investment Partnerships Program statutes and regulations. 2, as part of the public hearing, consider adopting and authorizing the chair to sign a resolution amending program guidelines for the county's Community Development Block Grant First-Time Home Buyer Loan Program to comply with the California Department of Housing and Community Development Program requirements. And 3, authorize the Planning and Building Department Director or designee to submit program guidelines and required documents to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open up the public hearing?
I open the public hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm CJ Freeland with Planning and Building Department, Long Range Planning, Housing, Community, and Economic Development Programs. This afternoon is a hearing to amend the first-time home buyer loan program guidelines. As stated in the staff report, we received notification from the state that some amendments were required, primarily having to do with the language on the established first-time home buyer counseling that's required as part of the program. In the past, the program had its own approved online course that offered applicants an opportunity to take these courses at their own pace, and they were free of charge. The federal government has changed that requirement through HUD, that now those classes must be performed through a HUD certified housing counselor program, which are available to our county residents in Sacramento. Note that those counseling sessions are available either in person, online, or they have other opportunities. And sometimes there's a small charge, but those can be covered by our grant program. Other minor changes have to do with the state's definition of what is a modest home. Since about 2012, they had tacked on a definition that limited those to 2-car garages. Don't know why. So they have relaxed that definition. So it allows us to take into consideration exceptions that may be available for not only the standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, depending on family size, but also the availability of garages and parking structures. The public hearing today is required through the Community Development Block Grant portion of our funding. The county was awarded a home investment program grant funds recently. So that's the urgency for approving these guidelines so that we can meet our setup conditions and hopefully roll out that program soon. If there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Anyone, any questions or comments for CJ? I just want to say thank you for providing the red line. I love red line copies, so my favorite. And the red lines were there. We've had some in the past where they didn't show up. I was like, ah. So if there's no questions or comments from the board, I think we'll go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 179. Now taking public comment.
Good afternoon.
There he is. We hear you.
Good afternoon again, Jonathan Gainsborough. Just very briefly, I happened to being out on the internet, stumbled on Elon Musk has a $10,000 home that looks very, very intriguing compared to the cost for the built just by lumber by a couple of the advocates when I was speaking for the homeless in Sacramento. So I just wanted to put that to your attention. If you Google Elon Musk's $10,000 home, it's quite amazing, being mass produced, and I believe other counties across the U.S. will be using that. So just an FYI, and God bless you all. Keep moving ahead for those who can't help themselves, as is obvious from Upper Broadway. God bless you all again. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. Any further board discussion, anything? Okay, does anyone?
Thank staff for keeping us
Yeah.
updated and consistent with the new HCD requirements.
There you
So,
go.
thank you.
Want to make a
Is that a
motion,
motion,
anyone?
John?
I will move the item.
There you go.
1, 2, and 3. Well, yeah, because we
Yeah.
had the public hearing. So yes.
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's approved 5-0. And with that, I don't know, this day has been the weirdest day
get another
today.
break.
So our next item is at 2:00 and we cannot hear it before 2:00. So which gives us a break to rearrange the chairs and make room for our planning commissioners who are joining us this evening. So we'll reconvene at 2:00. Thank you. All right, it is 2:00 and we are having a joint meeting with the El Dorado County Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to John Maney, the Chair of the Planning Commission, to adopt their agenda and take roll call.
Thank you, Chair Parlin. Appreciate it. Could you give us a roll call, Kim?
Of
please?
course. Commissioner Clarici,
Yo.
Commissioner Nevis,
Here.
Commissioner Payne,
Here.
Commissioner Harkin,
Here.
Commissioner Benya.
Here.
Let the record show all are present.
All right, the first order of business for us is to adopt the agenda. So I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, who won on that? So,
Can we go with Nevis?
sure. All right, we have a motion and a second. Kim, could you give us a roll call on that, please?
Of course. Commissioner Harkin? How do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Payne, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Clarici, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Benya, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you much. Back to you, Chair Parlin.
All right, so we have our agenda and we have one item, a mutual item. So Kim, you could read that into the record. for
Of
us?
course. Item number 45, which is on the board's agenda, and item number 1, which is on the Planning Commission's agenda, reads as follows. Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, hosting a joint informational workshop for the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission to solicit input and direction from the Board and Planning Commission and to encourage public participation during the process of developing an affordable housing ordinance.
Good afternoon, Board. I will be facilitating today's presentation. We are joined by our consultants on this project, Matt and Ali, and in a moment I will allow Matt to introduce himself and his team. Let me start a little bit by, let me start with an announcement, actually. Today we received some really great news from the state of California through the Department of Housing and Community Development that the 2021 through 2029 housing element has been certified by the state of California. This is a big deal.
Thank you for that.
We're happy to hear that. And we will be following up with your board with some memo to include some of the detail on that, but I wanted to bring that to your attention today as we kick off this effort. So we started with the long-range planning work matrix back in 2021 that included an affordable housing ordinance update as part of that plan. Then we had the opportunity in later in 2021 to apply for some grant funding through the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, or SACOG, for some funding through the Regional Early Action Planning Grant Program provided by the state of California. So we applied for those funds in order to grant fund this project that we'll be listening to today. And then if you recall, back in January of this year on the 25th, we held a more general housing workshop to get some board direction on the type of housing issues that staff should pay attention to throughout the development of this affordable housing ordinance. So what we heard from you at that time was that workforce housing, missing middle housing, housing for seniors were all of primary concern, not to lessen the other concerns, but those tended to rise to the top. So with that information and based on the needs of this study to move forward, we contracted with BAE Urban Economics to proceed with this project, and they have prepared a study that gives us a baseline of where we're at with our housing conditions, and I'll let them go into further detail. This is one that I think I warned you was a significant data-filled report that is both dizzying and interesting. So I'm looking forward to BAE being able to present and really boil down what this data means and how we should take this data and moving forward. So I will turn it over to Matt. Please introduce yourself and your team, Matt, and we'll move forward.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, planning commissioners and supervisors. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Again, my name is Matt Coach. I'm a principal with BAE Urban Economics, and with me today is my colleague, Bilal Ali, who's been working alongside me in preparing this background report, and he's in just a moment going to provide a presentation to summarize the lengthy report that CJ referenced. But before we go on to that, I'll just commend you all for the accomplishment of getting your housing element certified. That's definitely a resource that we used in putting together our report. And as I'm sure all of you know, it's extremely large accomplishment to get certification by this time in the 6th cycle, as many jurisdictions have made great efforts and great struggles to get to where you are, and many haven't got there yet. So congratulations on that. So with that, I believe Bilal will be able to share his screen for the presentation, and he'll walk you through, and then we'll be happy to answer questions that you may have at the conclusion. And I'm sure CJ will step in and help us out if there's things that we can't answer. And you're muted currently, Bilal, but I think you should be ready to go. I can see your screen.
Hello, hey, sorry about that. There's a bunch of multiple screens here. Good afternoon, everybody. Bilal Ali. It's a pleasure to be here and share our findings with all of you. I think you can all see my screen. Then I think we're good to proceed. So as Matt described, we've prepared this background analysis of affordable housing policies in El Dorado County. And just to give you an overview of our study, we primarily broke our study down into 4 main components. So we profiled unincorporated El Dorado County, which is the focus of our analysis. We do not include an analysis of the affordable housing needs in the cities of Placerville and South Lake Tahoe. But yeah, we built these profiles of demographic and economic conditions and real estate market conditions and a few characteristics of the workforce just to help describe the conditions on the ground. We use that quantitative analysis to make an estimate of both the existing and the future affordable housing demand, which we break into workforce housing and missing middle housing, which were focus areas for the county. And then we shift away slightly from a quantitative analysis into a best practices analysis, reviewing academic and professional literature on effective affordable housing policies that would be applicable and appropriate to El Dorado County. And we compare those to what we see in nearby and similar jurisdictions. We then pivot back to a quantitative analysis where we do a financial feasibility analysis to test the parameters of inclusionary zoning specifically. And based on those findings, we sort of summarize the policy options that we've prepared here for you today. Like I said, we focus on unincorporated parts of the West Slope and Tahoe basins, which we define simply as the census tracts in the West Slope minus the city of Placerville, and all the census tracts in the Tahoe basin minus the city of South Lake Tahoe. And we'll be holding a question and answer session at the end of the presentation. So just to briefly give you a summary of the demographic and economic profile that we built, you can see clearly that the West Slope is much larger than the Tahoe Basin, approximately 15 times in terms of both population and households, although both areas have grown at similar rates between 2010 and 2021. The West Slope is slightly larger in terms of average household size as well. The median age is slightly higher, which shown here as a range because we couldn't isolate the median age for just the unincorporated parts of the county. But you can see that there's no overlap either between the median age of the West Slope and the Tahoe Basin. So it's decidedly a little bit older. And there's a higher household income, which has a bearing on the affordability issues in the two geographies. We'll just emphasize that primarily, our analysis is focused on the West Slope. We draw a few comparisons between the West Slope and the Tahoe Basin, but the policies that we recommend, particularly if the inclusionary zoning is focused on the West Slope, in part because it's the primary focus area of the county, but also because there's limited opportunity to influence affordable housing development in the Tahoe Basin, which is governed under the jurisdiction of the TRPA. And so one thing we just want to point out here, obviously, is the household income is over $30,000 higher in the West Slope compared to the Tahoe Basin, and that impacts the data on the next slide that I'm going to show you here. This data summarizes HUD's Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy data, or CHAS data. CHAS relies on the American Community Survey, or ACS, 5-year estimates to divide the population into income groups and then estimate how many of the households within each income group are cost burdened, which is, say, they spend more than 30% of their gross monthly income on housing costs. And a severely cost burdened household is a household that's spending more than 50% of their gross monthly income on housing costs. You can see that in these charts that the distribution is similar in both jurisdictions or both areas. And as you might expect, lower income households face greater cost burdens, and that's something that you would find in most jurisdictions around the country, and especially notable here. It's hard to sort of discern from these charts alone, but we can tell you that in the West Slope, they're slightly smaller share of overall cost burdenness. So across all the income groups, it's roughly 32 to 33% of all households across all income groups in the West Slope are cost burdened. But given the slightly lower incomes in the Tahoe Basin and the slightly higher housing costs there, it's closer to 40% of households in the Tahoe Basin that are cost burdened or paying more than 30% of their income towards housing. And this data, is clearly slightly old, relying on those ACS 5-year estimates. And so we took the step to update this data to the 2021 household estimate that we showed you in the previous slide. And using a little bit of math, we estimate today, based on the households that currently exist in El Dorado County and West Slope and the Tahoe Basin, how many are currently cost burdened. And we consider this to be sort of the existing affordable housing demand. And so, for example, of the 57,000 or so households in the West Slope, the previous chart showed that approximately 16.5% are within the 80% to 120% of area median income range. And among them, approximately 38.5% are cost burdened. And so if you apply those numbers, you can derive the summary of the housing gap that you see towards the bottom of your screen. So across all income groups, including households that earn more than 120% of AMI, throughout unincorporated El Dorado County, there are approximately 20,500 households that are paying more than 30% of their gross monthly income on housing costs. If you define workforce housing to be all the households that earn up to 120% of AMI, then 16,000 households are cost burdened and earn up to 120% of AMI. And zooming in on the missing middle housing gap, which we define to be between households earning between 80% and 120% of AMI, and are also cost burdened, is approximately 3,900. So this is a summary of households within these income categories that are currently overpaying in terms of their housing costs and are sort of considered to be demanding affordable housing. And just to put some sort of a dollar lens on this, you can kind of see how this bears out in terms of market rate prices. So assuming that households spend 30% of their monthly income on housing costs, including principal and interest, property taxes, insurance, we back into what would be affordable to these different income groups using the county-wide median family income of $91,000. And you can see that even for moderate income households earning between 80 and 120% of AMI, the maximum affordable house price is approximately $485,000. Which is less than the market rate median sale price in both the West Slope and then also the Tahoe Basin. And this gap just increases for lower income households. And similarly, in terms of rents, you see a similar trend here. Now, if you were to, and you can see on the right of your screen, we have a range of market rate rents. The lower end of that range is data that we have obtained from CoStar, which is a commercial real estate data vendor. It provides us an estimate of the average asking rent for all units in unincorporated parts of the county, but it doesn't necessarily differentiate between units that might be naturally more affordable. They might be of a lower quality, not necessarily desirable for a prospective renter that would seek to move to the county. And if you look at online listings websites like hotpads.com or apartments.com, you can see that those sort of more representative market rate units command a much higher rent that would also be unaffordable to even moderate income households. And again, that gap worsens for lower income household groups. The slight differences you see here, by the way, in terms of maximum affordable rents for the West Slope and Tahoe Basin just reflect slight variation in utility costs. So based on the public housing authorities data, utilities costs are slightly higher in the West Slope, and so we just adjust those rents down to account for that. But between both maximum affordable sale price and rent, you can sort of see how there's an affordability issue for some 35 to 30 to 40% of households in the county. And so in addition to estimating the existing affordable housing gap, we also estimated the future affordable housing gap, because we know that El Dorado County will grow. And in fact, in 2019, BAE conducted a study to help estimate what that growth would look like. And using the rates that we determined in that study, we project that by 2041, or between 2021 and 2041, unincorporated El Dorado County will grow by approximately 10,000 households, with the majority of that growth occurring in the West Slope. And we use this as a basis to determine how many of those households will be cost burden. And so distributing that growth into income categories using the RENA allocation from the housing element, we distribute those households into income groups. So for example, 13.5% of the 9,600 or so households in the West Slope by 2041 would be extremely low income. Another 13.5% of those would be very low income. 40% of those would be above moderate income, et cetera. With slight variations between the West Slope and the Tahoe Basin. And if you use that map and then apply the same CHAS data that we showed you a few slides earlier, using the same distribution of cost burdenness, we estimate how much of the future households that we project will sort of move into El Dorado County, how many of those would demand affordable housing. So of the 10,000 or so households that we project will move to El Dorado County by 2041, we estimate that approximately 3,600 would demand affordable housing or some kind of income restriction to be able to afford housing. And if you zoom in on the workforce housing gap among that growth, then it dwindles slightly to just under 3,200 households. And the missing middle housing gap, so of the growth, the portion of the households that would earn between 80 and 120% of AMI and would face a housing cost burden is roughly 584 households. And so that sort of concludes the main quantitative analysis that we conducted to estimate the workforce housing gap and the missing middle housing gap. And then we pivoted to a literature review of best practices to address those gaps. Like I said, we looked at both academic and professional literature, and there aren't a ton of surprises here, but El Dorado County is not necessarily unique in that it's facing rising construction costs with stagnant incomes. That's the basis of the nationwide housing shortage, and El Dorado County is not different from the rest of the country in that sense. And we found that most of the approaches that local jurisdictions take to address these gaps generally fall within two categories. So you can implement a regulatory change, like updating your zoning code, implementing inclusionary zoning to help address that gap, or you could invest some funding to help develop affordable housing more directly. And the trade-off being that regulatory changes are easier and relatively cheaper to implement, but generally less effective at building affordable housing than direct. Finally, our data showed us that there are really three main components of housing development. And what we'll show you in the next few slides is how these policies affect these three components. So there's the hard construction cost, the cost to build housing, soft costs, regulatory costs, and financing costs, which are pretty significant components of the development calculus. And then, of course, the cost to build, to acquire land. And on the flip side, there's obviously the revenue aspect of it, where it's, that's sort of an important part of the calculus as well.
Well, excuse me, before you go any further, let's make sure we don't have any questions in the room on the hard data before we move on to the best practices. Were there any questions or any clarifications that were needed? I know that was a lot of detail and hard to see on the slides.
Just a comment that we're obviously 10 to 20 years behind, but other than that.
Yeah, and again, noting that the data, for current point in time is difficult to get. We show that a little bit more with the average rents. Those are on a more consistent basis for current, and rather than looking at the 2018 type of data. Just know that obviously with the housing issues that we've had through 2021 and going into 22, it can exacerbate some of these cost burdens on folks. Also keep in mind that HUD has not changed that 30% affordability rule for a long, long time. So while that is the going measure, I don't feel that it's necessarily the going reality. It's a great goal, but it's very difficult to achieve, especially when you look at utilities and other kinds of things. So that housing cost can mean a lot of different things. Again, just keep in mind, we use that 30% based on the old HUD recommendation. So it is a baseline for that. So if there's no other questions or anything there.
Looks good.
Okay, we shall move on. Take it away onto the literature review.
Sure. Thank you, CJ. And so, so like you said, we sort of described the general findings from the literature review here. And we extracted a few of the policies that would be applicable, appropriate, and generally covered in most of the literature, dividing them between the regulatory changes and the funding mechanisms. And what you're seeing on your screen now is just the extent to which these policies might impact that development calculus. So something like relaxing minimum design standards, just lowering the threshold of what developers are required to provide in terms of facade improvements and other things that may not be integral to or they may not be necessary for the structural integrity of a house or something like that, can help to lower hard costs. And they can lower land costs by way of, if you save money in terms of building and you can develop more units, then you have a larger yield of units on the same land. And so in that sense, the land costs also decrease a little bit. Reducing parking minimum requirements is a very popular policy in many areas because parking is very expensive. Surface parking can run anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 a space. Podium parking anywhere over $40,000 to $50,000 a space. That may not be the most appropriate policy for El Dorado County, where a lot of people do drive. If people are going to have cars, they need somewhere to park it. But it does have a huge impact on development feasibility. Establishing by right development, we recognize that the county is undergoing the community design standard process. That will help to provide a lot more certainty to developers, that will lower their soft costs by lowering the potential risk, lowering their the regulatory costs that they have to face in terms of time between conceiving of a project entitlement and then building it. Similarly, a development bonus is a popular policy intervention. It does sort of increase hard costs in that developers would choose to build more units, but then on the flip side, they would generate more revenue, which they could potentially use to cross-subsidize more affordable housing. Similarly, a exclusionary zoning or conversely, rather, it can lower revenue potential because you're requiring developers to include affordable housing, affordable units that are restricted in how much revenue they can contribute. You're increasing their hard costs because they have to build more units, but you're providing, directly affordable housing supply to meet that demand that currently exists. And we know that there's a gap. And so that's one of the reasons that inclusionary zoning policy is so popular among a lot of local jurisdictions.
And keep in mind that all of these different policies or practices are targeting a specific type of housing, and that can vary by jurisdiction. So depending on what the goals are for that area, that would lead how these are incentivizing that particular type of housing, not just housing in general.
CJ, I have a question about this. Should I wait until this part is done, or do you want to jump
A
in?
question about this specific, let's get through the literature stuff and then go through that, because there might be more.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. So just a similar table that we want to show you on funding mechanisms. So reducing waiving impact fees. There's always something like this that existing in El Dorado County, but of course it can lower your hard and soft costs. If you generate revenue that you can invest in a housing trust fund or to provide gap financing, then you're directly lowering hard and soft costs by a subsidy. And although down payment assistance for, say, first-time home buyers or any other subset does not impact development calculus, it's not going to incentivize developers to build more housing, it does improve the affordability of housing for people that can participate in those programs. We then looked at the sort of presence or existence of these policies in nearby areas, looking primarily at Placer County, Folsom, and Sacramento County. Sacramento doesn't have an inclusionary zoning policy, unlike Placer County and Folsom, which both require 10% inclusionary units for a minimum project threshold size. All three provide flexibility to developers to pay a fee, or rather, Placer County and Folsom do. Sacramento County requires $3.04 per square foot in affordable housing fee for all residential development, whereas Placer County is charging as a fee in lieu $2.12 per square foot on both residential and non-residential development. And I believe that figure is tied to inflation. Folsom uses a slightly more convoluted approach, but the similar principle. Because all of them collect fees for affordable housing, they deposit them into a housing trust fund. All of them have codified some form of a density bonus, although we should point out that the state's density bonus is greater than what you're seeing on the screen, and eventually all of these will have to update their code to reflect that. The range simply reflects that if the developer provides more affordable housing units or at a lower level of affordability, they'll get incrementally more density bonus. All three areas have a home buyer assistance program that's funded through state and federal revenues, just like El Dorado County, and it's finite. So the availability to provide that assistance just depends on the financing that they have from those state and federal sources. Placer County, like El Dorado County, has incentives to help homeowners build ADUs. So they'll waive fees, they'll help with fast track permitting, which is similar to what El Dorado County does. Fee deferrals and waivers. So Placer County will defer fees on a discretionary basis. And that's helpful for developers because if they don't have to pay fees up front, they can save a little bit on financing costs, potentially speed up entitlement and pay those fees back later. So it's not a net loss for the jurisdiction, but it does, impact the calculus of development for developers. None of these jurisdictions waive fees outright. And we also just wanted to point out Placer County's Workforce Housing Preservation Program, relatively new program, but it's kind of a unique take on deed restrictions where the primary sort of motivation for deed restricting a house under this program is to focus on people who work in Placer County. So if you work in Placer County, you would be eligible to obtain a deed restricted, income restricted unit, so long as you work more than 30 hours or so in the county. And that's a unique approach because, as we've seen, there is an affordability gap at every income level, even at the higher end. And so it might be helpful to have a policy that keeps the workforce within the county. Within El Dorado County, we just provide a summary of some of the existing policies, and there's really a robust toolbox already. As we mentioned, there's a first-time home buyer program that's funded through CDBG and Home, although it's not permanent. Those same sources are funding a housing rehabilitation loan program. The county offers a mortgage credit certificate program, which is just an IRS tax credit for qualified borrowers, and through the county's participation in the California Rural Home Finance Authority's National Home Buyer Fund, which is a mouthful. The county also rather critically has an offset program for the traffic impact fees, which can be pretty high, obviously necessary, and there's a nexus between the fee and infrastructure needs related to growth. But to the extent that it is relatively expensive, it does impact the feasibility of development pretty significantly. Notably, the county sets aside $1 million in state and federal revenues to do this. So it's not necessarily robbing Peter to pay Paul, because there is money to sort of, there's sort of a backup to make up for that loss, because it's a set aside. But ostensibly, the county could waive those fees outright for affordable housing if it deemed that approach appropriate. There are other fees that could be waived as well. And then the county also provides priority fast track approvals for affordable housing development. There are also flexible development standards if the developer demonstrates that flexibility would help increase affordable housing development. And finally, the county provides a loan program for affordable housing nonprofit developers to fund, pre-development activities that also are pretty critical in terms of their ability to deliver maximum yield of affordable units. So maybe we can pause here to take a few more questions on this aspect of the study, because next we'll turn to the sort of financial feasibility analysis we did to zoom in on the feasibility of inclusionary zoning specifically.
Supervisor Noticel?
Thank you. Yeah, a couple questions here. There's been a couple new types of funding mechanisms that have come out recently. One is the governor's surplus land program, which we're using up in Lake Tahoe, some surplus California land, state land that was given to a developer to develop affordable housing. Is there a possibility of that happening? And is that something that has been looked at as far as county having surplus land or whatever? Can we help developers in a similar type of program? And then secondly, home key funding, $150 million extra is coming out from the May revise tomorrow, Friday rather. And I'm wondering, are we looking at home key funding as another affordable funding option for some of those land costs options? Have we looked at those mechanisms?
Yeah, the answer to both questions is yes. On the surplus land, the state did not identify anything within the unincorporated area of the county as state surplus. There are some properties within the city limits of Tahoe and city limits of Placerville that have been identified that those jurisdictions are developing. At this point, we report any surplus county lands on the annual housing element report that's submitted to the state every April 1st. And as part of some new legislation, as county-owned property is declared surplus, it must go through a process of first determining if it's appropriate for development into affordable housing, and then contact is made to establish affordable housing developers and that sort of system. So that's done through our facilities division. Is that a division? Doesn't matter. And then as far as the home key grants, there is a lot of different funding available under that umbrella. And all of this is being lumped under the umbrella of the community development block grant programs. So coming to your board on May 24th is actually an item for accepting some grant funds that we've been tentatively or conditionally awarded from community development block grant, home key, there's another bit to it, some kind of consolidated funds. And sorry, I don't have that exact terminology, but those fundings are specific to an affordable housing development. And there are California housing accelerator funds that is also another pot of money being administered through CDBG. So there's a ton of things coming down the pike. Some of them and most of them can be applied for directly by the developer along the lines of the tax credit allocation, multifamily housing funding, and those sorts of things. As I've said in the past, the tax credit allocation funding is kind of the kingpin of affordable housing funding. The state is coming up with some other revenues to provide for developers who have not competed as well in the tax credit allocation arena, but have shovel-ready projects that are approved and ready to hit the ground that meet the affordability requirements for those programs. And typically that's at 60% AMI or area median income or below. So those are the affordable workforce, sometimes families, sometimes age-restricted types of developments.
Okay, and so what you're saying is with the home key, it's block grant funding. And that goes obviously to the developers. Do we have anything yet with home key program? Any funding, any block grant funding that has come through for our county?
You will see that before your board on May 24th.
Okay.
The other side of the home key funding process applies to different homeless services and other types of transitional supportive housing, emergency shelter housing. Our Department of our Department of Health and Human Services Agency is responsible for applying for those funds and have in the past. I am just going to guess that they probably will in the future because there is unmet need and funds available.
Okay, thank you.
So there's more to the presentation, correct?
Correct.
So you were asking if there's questions on what we've heard so far. So District 1, are you guys have
I
anything?
have one. Obviously, the zoning ordinance provides for certain requirements for what can be placed in what kinds of zoned areas and stuff. Isn't the affordable housing policy inclusive of zoning ordinance changes? We've talked about tiny homes and some of those things. I don't see any of that listed in here, but isn't that the other avenue? Is a zoning ordinance update to facilitate, somehow change the standards for building affordable housing or bringing in affordable housing?
Let me
Affordable.
just say that right now the zoning ordinance zones based on density. So that density will accommodate the multifamily housing, single family housing, triplex, duplex, that sort of thing. So the housing type is the tiny home. The housing type is the, reduced square footage and that sort of thing. Building standards are going to dictate some things. Depending on how the discussion goes later today and the focus that you want staff to follow may or may not require adjustments within the zoning ordinance. We won't know that yet. I don't think we know that right this second.
I've been looking at what some cities and other counties are doing relative to modifying zoning ordinances to facilitate. Right now, as my understanding is, if you're trying to allocate tiny house locations, you're limited to RV parks and mobile home parks.
That's because they're recreational vehicles and
Right.
recreational vehicles are not permanent housing and are required to be located in either special occupancy parks or mobile home parks.
But some cities and counties are basically sponsoring RV parks to allow mobile or tiny homes to be located within that RV park.
But
We
since
have the
today's
ability to do
focus,
that, right?
do we have the ability to do that if it is registered as an RV?
Yep.
It is not recognized as permanent housing by the state of California. So the county has not made provisions to look at it a different way.
So it doesn't
There
count
are
against
some
our
other
arena
jurisdictions
numbers.
looking into that, but today's discussion, I would not want it to dwell on tiny homes. That is
Right.
just a piece of the housing model that may or may not appeal to seniors, workforce housing, or missing middle. So while I understand your concern for that, and while I think that is a parallel topic,
Yeah.
I think we need to treat that a little differently than today's
When do we go
discussion.
there? 'Cause I'm
Yeah,
curious about
I
that
mean,
too. Really, nicely.
Can we say today though that we'd like to explore that as a piece of the puzzle? Because I think that it gets brought up in conversations often and is something that the county would like to explore. So how do we get this in our toolbox? How do we get there?
Let's have some more discussion today while I think about if there is a way to make it appropriate within an affordable housing ordinance.
Okay.
Or if that needs to be in addition to the discussion on the long-range planning work matrix of topics to explore.
That sounds
I think what you're hearing is the board would rather see that conversation sooner than later because we're getting constant feedback about how this is working in other counties.
I hear it, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to concentrate
Yeah,
today's
no, I mean-
discussion into where we're going with this ordinance and,
Yes.
and what's appropriate to include in that. I'm not saying that tiny homes is not an appropriate discussion for it.
Right. Okay.
Let's just kind of let that
We'll mull it
sink in a
over as
little
we
bit.
go.
But it's not
Yeah, okay.
Inclusionary housing type of zoning.
Can I ask a question regarding that?
Oh, okay. Is that a
Because,
follow-up?
well, yeah, because I'm curious about where those discussions are coming from. Are they coming from the affordable housing side of the equation? Or are they coming from the homeless temporary housing side of the
A
equation?
lot of
Because-
it's coming from affordable housing. I'm
Also,
hearing this from a
yeah,
lot of this
sure, right.
workforce housing issues, yeah.
Okay, well, I can understand that, but yeah, I can understand from a workforce housing standpoint, but I was just curious about that because they're kind of two mixed things.
So can we talk about ADUs just a little bit as well?
Did we get there yet in the presentation?
Go ahead, Chris.
Or do we want to wait?
Wait a
for
minute,
ADUs?
I want to stay on topic though.
You stay on topic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carry on.
I want to stay on topic because I knew that you would say no if I couldn't. stay on
George is
topic.
not running the meeting.
Okay. So CJ,
No, go ahead, Chris.
earlier on, we were talking about the cost burdened household. And then we had different levels of that cost burdening. What I was worried about was you can have a good reason to be able to qualify people to be able to have housing that they wouldn't normally have been able to have. That's what I believe part of our discussion is today. But what's the consequences? Or is there a protection that people don't overhouse themselves in a detrimental way? I thought BAE might be able to add what is that consequences based on an economic, I'm looking at from an economic perspective.
So are you talking specifically about the 30% housing cost threshold? And then the study had included if you're paying more than 50% of your
I
income
am,
and housing
I-
costs.
I am, because I just went and looked at the definition because somebody asked me, what's affordable housing? And there's a lot to it. But mainly it says that HUD considers housing to be affordable when a household spends 30% or less of its income on housing costs. That's the fundamental part of it. So in that respect, we saw all those categories that BAE had put in their presentation about different levels of cost burdening for whatever class you are. So I was looking at what is the consequences then of somebody wanting housing and then getting themselves into, I guess, a burden that they can't.
The house poor?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
Is
thrown
there-
that term around before as slang. When you're house poor, you're spending more in your house than, than.
Is there anybody could speak
stretching
to
it.
that part of it? Because that kind of ties into where we are right now in terms of the presentation.
BAE could certainly speak to the specific data that was researched on that, but I can tell you that the consequences of that are at certain incomes, if your housing costs exceed 30 to 35% of your income, you probably won't get a loan to purchase a house. If you're applying for a rental or a lease at a managed property, if you're not making 3 times the monthly rent, you probably won't qualify for that rental. That's how those percentages of income are used as far on the street. So unless you're making that much, if you already own your house and your expenses have gone up, it just means you have less money to spend on food, less money to spend on medical expenses and doctor's visits, less discretionary income to spend at Home Depot or any place else. So our local economy suffers because you're down to the brass tacks of survival.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, I'm gonna finish up over here on District 1 though. You're over
So
here.
I'm going to stick with the tiny, my understanding is Placer, Nevada County have what they call a tiny house sheet. that describes how tiny homes can be used as secondary dwelling units, which gets into the ADUs. And I know we're trying to get by rights type of standardization. If this is the qualifications, and those can be HUD approved units that can be moved onto a lot, set up on a foundation, and that qualifies as a secondary dwelling unit, so to speak. And you can have multiple on lots with the recent legislation. So does that count against our RENA numbers when you provide that level of housing that by nature is going to be more affordable? And maybe it doesn't meet all the categories, but does that qualify? Because I'm getting the impression that the only way we can possibly meet the RENA numbers we're getting is by brick and mortar stick houses. And those are financially unviable in most places.
Two things. ADUs are accessory dwelling units.
Right.
You're allowed one accessory dwelling unit and one junior accessory dwelling unit per property. You're not allowed multiple houses. The state has recognized that accessory dwelling units will count towards your RENA allocation for that income level. Remember, RENA is all about income levels.
Right.
Third, I guess, is throw out the RENA. That is based on state projections of county population and their division of what percentage should be what income group. Look at what we need on the ground and what our constituents and what the public is telling us that we need in our community. And what you're hearing and what you've expressed to staff is that's workforce housing. Employers are having trouble hiring because their employees can't find a place to live. Seniors who are out there going, I'd love to downsize, but I can't even afford to downsize because everything's so expensive. So the reason I say throw out the RENA, yes, that's an obligation that we have to the state through our certified housing element. But what we're looking at in these issues is how to provide that housing on the ground that our community needs the most. And it will then follow with those counting towards meeting our RENA allocations by 2029.
I see where you're coming from, but I'm also concerned with legislation coming down. If you're not getting close to your RENA numbers, they just start dictating this is where it's going to go and you shall from the state level. And I want us to have some discretionary controls over some of these.
And this
things.
is where you have that discretion to direct policies and programs that identify a specific type of housing need within the community that we can meet. And this, more on the short term and then on the long term basis.
Okay.
As far as other tiny homes, there's a lot of different jurisdictions looking at some alternative building standards for those.
Yep.
That's something that can be explored, and we'll get to that discussion probably at the end when we talk about how you want us to move forward with the tiny home discussion.
Yeah,
We're gonna have it today? Okay.
we'll try.
Okay.
There's more District 1, Commissioner Vania.
Quick question, in this era, I hate to say it, COVID and post-COVID, construction cost. I mean, how does that, I built my house a couple of years ago and, I'm hearing 30% more construction cost. How do you get at that, trying to deal with these numbers? What's realistic? Are those being factored into with this crazy market in respect to construction cost, material wise, not to mention labor and so forth, but.
That's part of the cost, and I think you'll see that discussion more specifically when we go into this next portion of the presentation. When we look at those hard costs, soft costs, that sort of thing. Building materials are a commodity, so they will rise and fall along with other types of supplies. As we saw last year, the cost of wood jumped significantly and did postpone or stop some developments from moving forward at that time. Things that were here on the ground weren't so expensive, but anything coming in, being shipped in, had its challenges. Yeah. So there are some new methods being explored on different alternative construction types. Prefab and, there's things like that. But construction costs do play a significant role, as do land costs and infrastructure costs on what that housing can be profitably sold for, because nobody goes into business to lose money.
Good for a minute. Okay, District 3, do you guys have anything so far? Questions? Yeah.
Just a real quick technical question. As far as some of the tools that other jurisdictions are employing, what is the difference between Sac County's fee deferral and Placer County's discretionary fee referral?
Matt, do you guys have that answer? I don't have that.
Yes, so I'm not entirely sure on some of the specifics of Sacramento County's policy, but essentially they have a statutory deferral for specific kinds of projects. I think if your project meets a certain size threshold or other priorities that they have for development, they'll defer those fees. Whereas for Placer County, you have to request that deferral, and then they will only approve it on a discretionary basis.
That's exactly what I was looking for. All right, great. Very helpful. Thank you.
You guys good? District 2, you have anything else so far?
That's it.
Andy, do you have anything? Because I'm good. Okay, carry on. Thank
All
you.
right, thanks. Let's move forward.
Awesome. Well, it's a great discussion. It's really interesting to hear. So let me just reshare my screen here. And so, like I said, we talked about these toolbox of policies that you can implement that you already have. And so we wanted to spend a little time delving a little deeper on inclusionary zoning, because that was a particular interest to the board. And again, it's a very popular policy that a lot of jurisdictions are implementing in their to their code. So we put ourselves in the shoes of developers, and we did a pro forma financial feasibility analysis. It's a relatively high level analysis. We don't have any specific sites in mind. We're not using any specific projects as a basis for how we determine this sort of feasibility. But based on our discussions with developers and brokers, we came up with a generic sort of project that would be reasonable to expect in El Dorado County. We came up with 2 prototypes: a single family detached prototype and a garden style walk-up apartment prototype. You can see the full characteristics of these prototypes here, but the main takeaways are that the single family detached homes are approximately 1,800 square feet. We're assuming the average apartment size in the walk-ups to be 950 square feet. And using the same assumptions that we showed when we were showing the gap between maximum affordable sale prices and rents from our market study, those are the assumptions we use here on the revenue side. We apply current parking ratios and things like that to the total building development envelope, and we figure out what it costs to build these. And so we then built a pro forma, much like a developer would do. And the next slide actually zooms in a little bit more on the numbers for you to take a look at. But if you look over here at feasibility total development costs for single family detached, for the single family detached prototype that we described, we estimate that it would cost approximately $12.1 million to build. And if it was 100% market rate, it would generate a feasibility surplus of approximately $304,000, because the revenue from selling those units at market rate would make up for the cost to build them. However, if you required 10% of those units to be restricted for 120% of AMI, that feasibility surplus drops because the maximum affordable sale price is lower. And it's still a surplus, but it's marginal. And it's unclear, possibly unlikely for a developer to pursue a project when the margins are that thin, because any snag in the construction timeline or any increase in costs could easily drive that to a feasibility gap. And so potentially a 10% inclusionary requirement, 120% of AMI may be a little too marginal for a developer to feel comfortable with pursuing. And then, of course, if you reduce that income restriction to 80% of AMI, the calculus worsens a little bit to a feasibility gap of $285,000 on the project overall. However, it actually doesn't require a ton of tinkering with some of these assumptions to generate a feasibility surplus for the inclusionary requirement. So if some of these supply chain issues were to resolve, some of these material costs were to fall from the sort of extreme highs that we're witnessing at the moment, it's possible that a 10% requirement, certainly 120% of AMI, could generate enough of a feasibility surplus that a developer would feel comfortable pursuing it. And similarly, a 10% requirement, 80% of AMI could be feasible if those hard costs come down a little bit, or if the market continues to heat up and those market rate sale prices increase by 5 to 10%. It's worth noting that even the sort of mix 3 that we're seeing on the right here, where there's a feasibility gap of nearly $300,000, on a per unit basis, that's under $15,000. And based on the current traffic impact fees for single family detached development of $42,000 per unit, you could see how waiving a portion of this could, have a significant impact on the feasibility of these kinds of developments. It's a bit of a trade-off, obviously, because traffic impact fees are important. They help keep up your funding for infrastructure needs that are related to growth. But there is, if you were to direct development in places where the infrastructure demand from growth is lower, like in commercial areas or areas that are already served by roadways and things like that, it may be something that the county could consider doing. And just to zoom in a little bit on the numbers and give you a few seconds to look this over, but it's just sort of zooming in on the feasibility of single family detached development there. And then we did a similar analysis for multifamily development. Is inclusionary zoning feasible for multifamily? And the short answer is no. And the reason is that based on the prototype that we came up with, which is not a particularly fancy high rise or anything. These are type 5 constructions, or type 5 construction, still wood construction, but the cost would be close to $19 million or $18.5 million. And based on the market rate rents, even 100% market rate development would be relatively marginal for a developer, and they may not feel comfortable pursuing that kind of project. And to the extent that the county is interested in increasing the diversity of housing types within the county, multifamily development is an important part of the housing stock. It's at a lower price point typically than single family development. It may not be prudent to sort of add impediments like inclusionary zoning requirement on multifamily development, just to encourage developers to pursue that if it is indeed feasible to build market rate multifamily development. But again, it's worth noting that these traffic impact fees for multifamily development, $26,000 per unit, is much larger than the gaps we're seeing on a per unit basis. And so if it's feasible or reasonable to waive a portion of those to encourage both multifamily development and an inclusionary zoning requirement on top of multifamily development, and that's something that the county could seriously consider. Here again, we're just sort of zooming in. It's a pro forma that would be typical of what a developer would build here. And we were also asked to go back.
What does YOC spread down there mean? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I should have pointed that out. So basically, we estimate for a rental product, you apply a capitalization rate to estimate the market value of a project. And the project yield is sort of comparing what the actual revenues are. And so you want, typically financiers and developers want some spread between the cap rate and what the feasibility surplus that they actually generate. And what you can see here is that we've assumed a cap rate of 5.5%, and the project yield is exactly 5.5%. And all it's showing is that $87,000 out of a total development cost of approximately $18.5 million is really small. It's really not much of a surplus at all compared to the overall development cost. And so it's really marginal and certainly not within the range that a developer or financer would feel comfortable supporting.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
Sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip past that.
Yeah, you're not hearing all the oohs and gasps and ahs.
We were like, what?
I actually can't see this. I can't see all of you. I'm looking at the presentation, so I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Our collective sigh, basically.
No, that was audible, loud and clear. Well, so we were also asked just to sort of test the impact of an inclusionary zoning policy. So, we calculated what the projection of growth is. And so if you were to apply a 10% inclusionary zoning policy on our projections of development, how many affordable units would you get? Well, we only look at single family development. So if we assume that of our projections, some 72% of the housing units are single family, and some 84% of those would be in qualifyingly large enough projects that would an IZ policy would apply. Then if you add the 10% requirement, you probably generate close to 560 or so units and 580 affordable units. And we had estimated that sort of future missing middle housing gap alone to be 564. So if you restricted them to 80 to 120% of AMI, and developers actually delivered these affordable units, then you might actually be able to meet that gap to the extent that an IZ policy is feasible with a 10% requirement. But again, we don't test that IZ requirement on multifamily development. So, you know, taking all of this into consideration, we've come up with a few recommendations. So this is the sort of really fun part of the
Can I ask
presentation.
a quick question on this here?
Yeah, quick question.
Just a quick question. Going back to my question originally about using state surplus lands. If we use state county surplus lands and we gave them with inclusionary, had deed restrictions on them. I know that when I talk to developers that are using the state surplus plan project up in Tahoe, they said the biggest cost is always land. So that this made it affordable, and and so that's how they could do these projects. So if the county were to go into some sort of program similar to the state, where we could give away our surplus lands and yet use that for and be able to rationalize that as what the state is doing, saying that this is only to be used for this kind of affordable housing or whatever design we decide, I would think that would work, correct?
If we had abundant surplus land.
We had any. Do we have that?
We have some, but it's in the wrong locations.
Yeah.
How do we know? Do we know that?
A deed restriction to restrict that development to a particular income level would
Yeah,
certainly be
in order to
required.
give it to free, which is similar to what the state did.
Yeah, we have, currently, we have county nonprofit organizations and churches specifically that are donating land in order to provide that opportunity for affordable housing. El Dorado Haven, entitled and moving forward with Mercy Housing California is such a property.
Does the county have the ability to, you're saying we don't have any lands that would fall under that ability to do such a?
Not that I've seen yet.
Okay. All right.
There are a couple could be considered like Perks Court. We've talked about that
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
And that is a major infrastructure investment to get that going, but separate.
Well, it's something where you use the developer did it. This is what happened up in the Sugar Pine, the
Right.
state. The state merely gave the property over, which is not merely, that's the major part of a developer's funding mechanism. So they gave the property over, and the developer was in charge of doing infrastructure, doing everything. So you get out of it immediately. It's just
Right.
if we have that surplus.
And that's what the churches have done locally, the projects that were mentioned.
And remember, we
That
do,
works.
we do report that out to the board every March because that is.
There it
due to
is.
the
I was gonna
state
say,
on
we do
April
get that
1st.
report. So
Of
we,
surplus, but do we have do we understand in that report if we should give the property over to a developer, if we could? And if that would work?
That
Is that part of
process,
it?
well, first of all, if there is a surplus property, it has to come to the board to make that
Declaration.
determination. So you
Sure.
know
Yeah.
at that point that the clock is ticking, and now the process goes forward with identifying whether it's appropriate, identifying what funding may be involved with it currently, and county funds, public funds, that sort of thing. So it goes through all that scrutiny as part of that process. Whether or not the county has the ability to give away a public piece of land that was purchased with public funding.
The state's doing it, so I
Is,
imagine we could do it. That's fine.
I
That is a
imagine there
process
must
you
be a
have to
way, but
follow.
I'm certain that there is a process that must be followed
Sure.
in order to make that
And I think
determination.
that's where my mind's going on all this
Right.
is the state, it has set this precedence that you can give away taxpayers' property for affordable housing. We already see that.
Right, and it would
happening.
be up to your board to determine if that's right for
And
El Dorado
we've never
County.
had that conversation, so when we get surplus property. we've
so
never thought about it that
it
way.
seems like it would be
We haven't had
worthwhile to dig out a report. We get it every year, every spring, and take a look at it. And
In that.
that could be in our follow-up conversation probably to
Oh,
to see if
absolutely.
those are appropriate places or if they need to be rezoned to accommodate that or
Yeah.
any of that. But we do have land. It's just generally speaking, they're usually it's said that they're not awesome pieces of land, but you know what? Maybe we need to take a look.
A state found property in
Yeah.
Tahoe, which was a shock.
So that's something to follow up on.
Yeah. The other thing I'd like to comment on is we have two projects in the El Dorado Hills area that are both proposing zoning changes. And they have been looking hard at how they would include a 10% inclusionary housing requirement. The one development ended up concluding that cottages, 9 dwelling units per acre for sale with a 10% inclusionary was something that would come close to meeting the requirements. So it's a little different than this analysis, and that was done by a developer. I mean, you're always going to get differences in analysis based upon assumptions, right? And they also looked at apartments, and that penciled out better for a 10% inclusionary housing provision on apartments.
So
That's one project, and there's another project looking at the same thing. So it seems like when a zoning change is required, there's a lot more encouragement for the developer to find a way to get there. So I'm saying this isn't as onerous as it seems when we're dealing with zoning change, in my opinion.
The change in zoning or the request for a change in zoning, and we're not talking about any particular housing development here or endorsing or discussing any housing development specifically. But what we're looking at is properties that are currently zoned appropriately for residential development. When it comes to other types of discretionary actions required by the Planning Commission and the board, you have that flexibility to negotiate for a return benefit for that change in zoning, should you choose to do that. And yes, the game changes. So the affordable housing ordinance and the inclusionary zoning examples that are given here apply to those properties that are currently appropriately zoned for residential development.
Thank you. And my point was, I think we really need to look hard at inclusionary zoning, even though the numbers here say 500. I think it's far greater than that when you consider the actual projects that are out there in the mix.
I think what you'll find in the rest of the discussion is that maybe in concentrated infrastructure rich areas in combination with some of these other types of incentives and programs may fit the bill, but across the board, I would be concerned.
If I may add, CJ, to the supervisor's point, there's a lot of states where inclusionary housing requirements are not legal. And the only way that jurisdictions are able to impose inclusionary requirements is when an applicant comes forward and voluntarily requests something like a rezone, some kind of discretionary approval. And what you would typically see is that somebody has a piece of land that they're able to acquire for a less intensive use, typically at a lower cost. And they say, hey, let us rezone this to a higher density so we can build much more densely there. That lower cost land helps them to be feasible in doing a higher density project with inclusionary requirements. So that may be a type of nuance of your program that you might think about to kind of have some distinction between discretionary actions and the possibility of imposing certain requirements there versus in other projects that are in that standard zoning category, not asking for zoning changes, but simply to just comply with the standard requirements of their zone district, then you might have a different requirement there.
Yeah.
So kind of building off of Supervisor Heidal's comment, one thing I was wondering, is there a possibility that we could link an affordability requirement to requests for design waivers? I'm thinking, I wasn't on the commission yet, but there was a project that came forth. I think it was a map that came forth last year. And so there was discussion at the Planning Commission about possibly having some affordable housing in the mix, but because we didn't have an ordinance, that wasn't ultimately done. But I'm thinking, if somebody is coming to us and say, hey, we want to have reduced setbacks, it seems like we ought to be able to say, okay, you're going to have some deed restricted affordable housing as part of that trade-off. One of the larger concerns I have, if somebody is developing in accordance with our general plan, let's say they have 40 acres of land zoned for 2-acre parcels, and they want to build 20 units, exactly what the general plan says,
does it make sense for them to have a strict requirement like we're talking about? But if there is a way we could link it to those requests for design waivers that we get, that's something that would interest me. And I'm curious if that's something that's even feasible. Is that something that's done elsewhere? Kind of.
So this is Rob Peters. I can't speak to the elsewhere. Maybe the folks can that are presenting. But the one thing I did want to comment in response to what you said was the tool that allows you to get to those deviated standards is the plan development. And so I think you would want to tie it in with whatever your affordable housing policy was, that it had some correlation to our plan development permit application, because that is that mechanism.
Or could that just be a density bonus? You know, if you had a density bonus and put variances in that.
We
even?
currently have a density bonus and an affordable housing ordinance within there. So if there are concessions or if there is an affordability level, there are certain concessions that can be asked. What I would caution is that we've or cautioned in the past that making those type of discretionary requests from a developer at the time that they come to a planning commission is harder for a developer to pencil out at that point in time. Whereas if it were a policy in writing and something that was anticipated and could be planned for, then that could be incorporated into the design. And it would be a standardized requirement. And so it would have less discretion on how it was applied.
Correct. Okay.
Would that be like TRPA's mitigation fees?
I'm sorry.
Would that be like TRPA's mitigation fees?
No, it's not necessarily even discussing a fee per se. It's if you want A, then give us B. It's the return for that benefit.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in a follow-up to this part of the discussion, what I've learned, and Rob has been instructing me a little bit on the way we can do decision-making comes down to the legality. Do we have the right category? Is it a plan development? Is there a development agreement? Is there some mechanism that allows us then to negotiate, to be party with the negotiations, and then head to what it is that we really care about? At the same time, recognizing that the other side of the issue, the private development side, is that they don't want necessarily to change what they have strived to create. And so it becomes then a negotiations, I believe, more than anything, and certainly would necessarily have to be under the right set of circumstances, not too late. Maybe at the pre-application, maybe some of that might be
I think it's
discussed.
not what we're trying to stop here right now is exactly that, is that uncertainty. If we have it written in, in our plan, in somewhere.
In a policy.
In a policy, that this is X, if you do X, Y is gonna happen. Negotiating, I agree, by then, they're already set in what they want to do, and now you're really hitting some hard, difficult roads ahead, trying to get to where you want to go. Right. So I like the idea of just set the policy, and however that happens, be able to set the policy where we want to go with it.
And if the policy isn't working, we come back and tweak it. We've had to do that before. So that's a good point. District 3.
Might I jump in here for a second? I think we're almost done with the presentation, and what comes next is the different options we have available to us. It might be more beneficial to get through that, then leave those up on the screens, and then we can have the nitty gritty details of which way we want to go with these.
Good getting us back in focus.
Okay.
Nicely
done.
Awesome.
Ready.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the discussion. Thanks for drawing attention back to me. No, I mean, I think that's helpful. And so a lot of what you've been referring to is in these last few slides where we have summarized some of the key takeaways here and the policy recommendations. And I think some of this will be pretty informative. So, just to start off with the inclusionary zoning, because we've talked about it, we've sort of tested a mandatory 10% requirement on single family development. We think that's marginally feasible. If you were to implement it, it could have a useful yield of affordable housing, but again, it's marginal. And so we're unsure if it may just, deter affordable housing development altogether. Using our best practices literature review, we read that voluntary requirements tied to incentives can encourage developers to participate and not necessarily deter them from that kind of development. So whether it's those density bonuses, FAR bonuses, it's interesting that there are developers that are seeking density bonuses. I think we heard that there's more interest in building sort of horizontally than vertically or whatever. So maybe something like a lot coverage bonus would be appreciated by developers as well. But these are the kinds of flexibilities that allow for you to implement the policy, but then also give the developers some leeway to work with. Similarly, we've talked about the Placer County Workforce Housing Preservation Program. So if the revenue isn't necessarily restricted by income, but rather based on the location of the household's employment, then perhaps the revenue side wouldn't be as impacted for a developer, but you would still be getting deed restricted units for your workforce, which could be an appropriate or feasible solution to the problem as well. And in general, it's always good practice, according to the literature, to provide alternative means of compliance. So whether that's allowing developers to provide affordable units off-site, pay a fee in lieu that you deposit into a trust fund or wherever else like these other jurisdictions have. They could donate land that you could add to your inventory to support full 100% affordable housing development or whatever the case may be. They could purchase deed restrictions on existing homes as well. And so there are a lot of sort of flexibilities that you could provide developers to comply with a 10% or any other threshold requirement for inclusionary zoning. And in terms of other regulatory options, we've talked about relaxing some of the development standards. That could be things like setbacks and height and FAR and lot coverage and things like that. FAR being floor area ratio, but be clear. And again, increasing the land zone for denser small lot development, increases the supply of that land and thereby potentially reduces the cost of acquiring those sites in that kind of land. And I think there's been discussion in previous Board of Supervisor meetings about a mixed use overlay over current, underutilized commercial areas that are already served by infrastructure. So you could, maybe combine that with some kind of fee waiver or deferral, as well as direct development into areas that won't necessarily, require new infrastructure or require, or generate, more traffic, by going into new areas or whatever the case may be. So that certainly is something that the county could consider. And I think based on our own analysis of the land inventory that's provided in the housing element, there seems to be some potential for increasing the minimum density on some of the lots that you've identified in your housing element. And again, just continuing with your community design standard process that I think the county is undergoing already, that by right residential development will just ease the entitlement process, lower that risk, and just shortening the time from conceiving or planning a project, building it is just is a huge saving for developers and something that they could translate into more affordable housing development and certainly faster housing development. And if the county is so inclined to invest some money into solving this issue, the county already has a down payment assistance program, so expanding that may be a relatively easy policy to implement since it already exists. You can continue to divert state and federal funds, maybe obtain more state and federal funds to the extent they're available. I think the county's existing PLHA funds are an eligible, or rather a down payment assistance program is an eligible use of those funds. You could always increase your revenue totally, by establishing new taxes and fees as well, or whether it's a tax on residents or residential development or non-residential development, it's up to you. Providing financing for ADUs to just increase or incentivize people to take advantage of that policy. Again, it would help to increase the diversity of housing types, which I think has been expressed repeatedly during this meeting. And then, like we've mentioned, those TIF waivers and deferrals, the traffic impact fees is pretty high. And so to the extent that it's feasible and reasonable to defer or waive a portion of those, we've already shown that can clearly impact feasibility, whether or not there's an inclusionary zoning requirement. And so That's actually it. Those are the only 3 slides that we had there. So I think we can definitely print it back over for a conversation about drilling down in the details of these. But that pretty much concludes our presentation.
So CJ, do you want questions on these options first, or do you want us to, because that agenda item says to provide input and direction, which I think is be very difficult actually with this topic and this group of people and all the input we're going to get. So I don't know how we're going to hone in on anything, to be honest, but I could be wrong. What were you envisioning for how you want to go about this?
I will leave it to your discretion if you want to open it. Sorry, let me repeat that. I will leave it to your discretion if you would like to open it up to the commissioners and supervisors for clarifying questions now, and then get more into the discussion after you hear public comment. Or you can hear public comment now and we can discuss it as a whole.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
So
Another one I
on the last few slides here, there was the options. So ask clarifying questions maybe on the options first, and then we'll get some public comment and then kind of
Yeah.
see what we can come up with after that. Does that sound good, everyone?
Yeah.
So does anybody have any of those
I
questions on
do.
these? I'm gonna start with Andy first this time.
That's fine. I didn't hear him say it.
I don't
I
have a
can hear
button.
everyone.
Oh, I don't.
One question I had, so we were talking about, I'm intrigued by, reading about what Placer County is doing with the workforce, the housing for workers employed in the county, but I guess I had kind of a little bit of a different spin I wanted to throw out on it. One thing that I'm really concerned about is that we have the ability for younger families, maybe folks who grew up here in El Dorado County, to come back to live in our county and buy a house that they can afford. And, one of the things that makes that happen is if the folks who are currently living in those homes are able to move up and purchase a larger home. And so, we have a lot of these projects out there that are not, maybe affordable to the moderate income level, but if somebody who is currently living in a house in El Dorado County that would be affordable to a moderate income family were to move into that house, then that kind of creates a unit indirectly, if you know what I mean. So are there any policies out there that we could look at that would incentivize or provide some sort of assistance for folks who are currently living in El Dorado County who are looking to move up? And then that would create a unit of more affordable housing that somebody else could take advantage of.
Can I add on to that? Just real quick?
Please do.
And I think, given the demographics of the county, it's not so much moving up, but moving into something else. This discussion has come up in our discussion of that, which we will not name by name, down west of here development, where they're talking about folks that have built their dream home and they don't want to live there anymore because it's too big and they want to go move and looking to buy something smaller. So it's the same concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
It has the same effect, but it's not moving up necessarily, because then that just implies, well, we'll just be building more bigger houses out somewhere. But conversely, it gets back to that mix of housing that is kind of a real critical part of, I think, part of this discussion. So it's kind of building on.
Yeah,
that.
and I guess what I'm
concept.
getting at more is, when we sell a new house to somebody who already lives in the county, that then creates that opportunity. If we sell a house to somebody who does not currently live in the county, that doesn't do a whole lot for our current residents.
No.
So there's not a policy.
And I know that we
in place
can't
would do
legislate that
or-
and say,
or
you can't buy
encourage
it.
that.
Right.
It's usually referred to as like a housing ladder. In the quote unquote good old days, you started out in your first apartment and then you got your career going, you finished college, you made a little bit more and you got your starter house, which was typically a smaller square foot home than some of the others. And then as you progressed in your career and your family grew, you'd, expand into a larger house to accommodate kids and family and that sort of thing. We're not seeing as much of that because of that square footage and because of the return on investment necessary to invest in housing development. Doesn't mean it's not possible, but the way the laws and other types of fees have been structured has been a flat fee. It hasn't been based on square footage. We're getting back to that now. Have you seen some of the more recent current county policies on that. Because if it's a flat fee, similar to development rights in Tahoe, it costs you the same amount of money for that fee to build a 300 or 1,300 square foot house as it does a 5,000 square foot house. So there's no incentive to build smaller. So we're losing that step up, that kind of starter house that we've had before, and we're losing that. And then as John was talking about, now we're seeing that reverse process here, especially because our demographics are skewing older. You're getting to that point where you've built that 5,000 square foot house. Now you're looking for that 1,300 square foot house, and it's not being built.
Right.
It still gets down to what types of incentives that the county wants to incorporate to encourage a particular type of housing, be it by housing type, tiny home, the smaller square footage, garden style, single story, that sort of thing, at any particular income level, or that that will meet a variety of income levels. So that's the discussion we need to kind of boil down and get a little more direction on.
So, but I think the real question, and I know this is going to sound really bad the way I'm going to say it, but I'm just going to say it, is there a way we can incentivize keeping our locals locals? Because there's houses being built.
Yeah, with skin in the game, sure, you can request anything you
folks are
want.
moving out. They want to get out of the cities. They're sick of the cities. There's this huge exodus out of the cities. They're coming here. They are outpricing our kids that want to stay in our communities because they're selling their $1 million houses. Is there a way we can incentivize locals to stay here? Because I think that's a heart of our conversation.
Placer does that already.
Well, let's say they do that with in a specific program. If you offer an incentive, it's an exchange that we will give you this deferral of down payment, whatever it is, in return for, be it a deed restriction, be it a workforce restriction. If you have skin in the game, then that's a voluntary exchange.
Okay.
You can do that. You shouldn't just close the border saying, we don't want anybody that's not
Sure.
from here.
But we
That's half the people that are
we
already
currently
here.
don't have a policy like that at
Yeah,
this
that
time.
would be discriminatory.
So
We
what-
wouldn't want to do
No,
that.
but I
But
mean
when
the
you
skin in the
offer
game
an,
one.
when you offer an incentive and it's a voluntary exchange of, yes, I will restrict my property if you want to give me 15,000 to build that ADU, you betcha. I can do that.
Yeah, and what Placer did was they have a project, and the project is for workforce, and workforce, they have to prove they have been in the county for, I think, a year, working for a minimum of 1 year, that qualifies them for that workforce housing. So there's
Okay.
qualifications, and I don't think it's the county that built these. I'm trying to remember if it's just their policy or what, but I have heard of that. It's up in the Tahoe Truckee area up there. They have a
Mhm.
project.
Yeah, the important thing too is to consider with these incentive policies is the funding stream that will fund those types of incentives. These other jurisdictions that we've looked at and other programs and policies that can make us a little jealous are possible because they have dedicated funding streams and have had those for some time. So they've collected a pot of money that they can use for that
Is that
purpose.
through the land bank process?
It's not all
or-
land thing, it's
Okay.
it's other
It's just
other
a-
fees and endowments that
Okay.
have come to them.
Okay. I think that's something though that we should put on our explore list. It's something that has been, I think, desirable for quite some time as someone that grew up in the county, So District 2.
So I've lived around here long enough to have recognized that there's been programs that we've had in the past that we don't have today, or it doesn't seem like we have it come up. But, Deer Park Estates was a Mercy Housing, a project. Since I live out there past it, I have to go through it every day. And I've noted because I look at the home source on Fridays from the Mountain Democratic, I've noted that those early houses now are being listed for $300,000 when they originally were in there for probably $85,000. Now, it's been a while, but we've missed some opportunities, I believe, and I don't know what the politics were or why it happened, but where Mercy Housing wanted to do some projects here, And for some reason, it didn't work out for them. And so we never got those builds. And those what we call sweat equity. So the people have to put in, I think, a certain amount of hours a week. Plus they have jobs too, but they have to work with teams and then they build the neighborhood. We got to get into more of that in my mind, because I just pulled it up and they said transforming lives through affordable housing. That's right there on their homepage. So essentially, if we can come up with a way to be able to work more closely, I think we can create the solutions that we need just by good decisions and hopefully not block them.
Whose homepage are you talking about? What program?
Every Friday, they have something called Home Source. It's just a little supplement that's put in the
But who
paper.
has the thing saying the transforming lives? Is
Oh,
that?
no, it was the Mercy web
Okay, so
page.
it's there. Okay, it's a Mercy
Yeah,
program.
but it just so happens though, I brought this because I wanted to say the heading on this one was cost of housing locks out most families. That was the name of Ken Calhoun's column for last Friday, I believe. So it caught my eye and then I started thinking, gosh, we've done this. I mean, why can't we just replicate it? But I'm sure you're CJ, you're going to tell me why we
I will
can't.
tell you why we aren't.
Okay.
Those projects and others similar in the county that were done with some of that self-help housing were specific funding sources offered by the state of California. As you may have noticed over the years, their priorities change and their funding mechanism changes in order to encourage specific types of housing. It's gone from self-help or, homeowner or
Build your own
buyer equity,
community.
yeah, that sort of thing. We saw a huge shift to veterans services and veterans housing for a long time. So that's where the funding was. And it's so difficult to get those subsidies for affordable housing that if that's where the funding is, that's what you build. So that's why we haven't seen more of those projects, because that funding, that subsidy is no longer
Well,
available.
they seem to be successful in terms of what they did.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
District 5 has a button they
Thank you.
pushed.
So I hope I'm not beating a dead horse here, but back to county surplus area, and it's not just county surplus, county property. I saw a project outside of Aspen, I'll say, recently. It wasn't in Aspen, but it was used by Aspen. It's their county. They gave money for the county to buy property, and it's a county park. And on the county park are 40 tiny homes. And they use it for their seasonal workforce housing. And it's so successful that they can't build them fast enough. And it works really well in that it's a time of year where no one's using the park. And they got all the utilities, everything up and running for these places. And it's a great program. And we have county parks. And I'm not saying we're going to do this, but I'm just saying, yes, there are, in my mind, maybe there's county property where we could put tiny homes on them. Is that something we can look at? And how would that funding happen? I know they were a whole different set of circumstances because they have a lot of money back there.
I'm considering this the open discussion part of the program. So where we're throwing ideas back and forth. So I need to hear from you. Is that something you want to?
I thought we were talking
how
about
we gonna?
clarifying questions. We've got.
Oh, okay. So I got
So-
traffic.
So that may start with bringing to your board a more defined inventory of county-owned property by our
good.
facilities division and where we're at with any surplusing. of
Well, and
additional
I've
land.
asked that before, and you look at, and it's nobody's problem, but I will say that we need board direction, because the facilities will say, where am I going with this? I need board direction. So they'll say the same thing. So I think it is a housing element, and we need to combine that with facilities and try to understand that.
We've currently not identified any county-owned property that would meet the criteria for development into residential housing.
This tiny homes, though, we're not in that.
Not
We're not in
that
that realm
have
right
been
now.
declared surplus and they won't let me out to go shopping. So That's
Well,
what
I
we
would
have on the
just
ground
ask
right
our
now.
board if we have an interest in this at some point in time. I just still think this is.
Well, I think looking at the inventory list of what we have would be good, and then determining if we need to rezone or change the use of it. Is that what you're saying, CJ?
No,
That
I'm not
that might
talking any
be-
rezone or reuse, just what's currently available
Right.
as surplus
And then it would
property.
be a board.
But the board already has taken that action to
Right.
declare it as
And
surplus.
again, it's not just surplus. I'm talking about any county property that, like, again, we've got county parks out there. We've got property out there just sitting that's not even surplus yet.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, because there's like, what, 6 acres, 3 acres next to the sheriff's building right now, correct? That's not developed. County owns it. It's not surplus though. You're talking like that. That was just an example, by the way, Sheriff. Don't get mad at me. But that was just an example.
I didn't say it.
But that's what you're wanting, that list of the properties that the county owns might not even be surplus yet.
Well, no,
Okay,
I can't comment on that because that's not the topic today, but
right.
I'm wondering if that wasn't covered a little bit in some items that were brought to the board recently when looking at county property or otherwise that might be appropriate for
The homeless
homeless
camp.
services.
Yeah.
I don't know if we looked at
I don't want
them
to, I don't want to get this out of whack
Yeah.
here,
Just
but
the
at the same
list.
time, I do think it should be on the list to have a discussion. If we want tiny homes, if we want that kind of housing element, as it's an important conversation to have as our housing element goes, because it is out there, it is viable, and it's working in other communities.
I think
here comes the
today,
It's a lot different from here.
Isn't it?
I'll be happy to have facilities get your report of most of the county surplus land is easements next to roadways and freeways.
Right.
But there are some, Perks Court was mentioned,
Yeah.
that's already been identified for another use. Shin Ranch comes up often.
Yeah.
We have some, we'll get the board a list of those properties that could be used and have that discussion further.
Including lands that we own that aren't surplus yet, but we own them, correct?
Those are lands like Shin Ranch, Perks
Okay.
Court, they're lands we
Yeah.
own that haven't been surplus.
Okay.
I don't know that they'd be suitable for housing, but happy to get that information for you.
That would be
I
helpful
think that's an important part. of this.
Absolutely.
to explore. Okay, thank you.
All right.
You gonna go back to your seat now? So are there any further questions on the policy options that are listed here?
I do have some specific questions.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. So if we were to consider a fee deferral program, Sac County has, I believe, 24 months. What would the budget implications be? Where would that money come from? And how does a fee deferral program work? And my other question is 24 months the right amount of time, or is it 36? What is attractive to developers in terms of a fee deferral program?
It would depend on the development, but the board already has a policy in place for affordable housing fee deferral programs and gives that authority to department directors overseeing those fees, such as building, planning, environmental management, and there's another one. Transportation.
Things that are under our control.
Yes, and the length of the deferral, again, is usually a case-by-case basis. It could be until the 24 months probably comes from once you pull your building permit, you have 2 months or 24 months to get your certificate of occupancy.
Right.
Any deferral or waiver is typically due on that certificate of occupancy, because at that point you've lost local control on it.
Right.
So there are different ways to do fee deferrals and that are different than fee waivers. So the county currently waives the traffic impact fee on accessory dwelling units.
Right.
We currently defer fees for building permit applications where you need that postponed until either the sale of the property or pulling of permits or some other type of financial pinpoint in time. So we've just seen it on a case-by-case basis. Our traffic impact fee deferral for affordable housing units that is available to developers that are willing to deed restrict for a minimum of 20 years. We defer that fee for 20 years. Should that revert to market rate during that time period, then we prorate the traffic impact fee and they would owe us whatever was left on that affordability
Okay, so
we've got a couple of different things in place.
let's say a housing developer comes forward with 100 homes, and we have an inclusionary zoning requirement of 10%. Typically on the fee deferral, is it just on the affordable units, or it's on the whole development, which gives them time to, to recoup their money, and that once again incentivizes them building affordable units? How does that work?
Most of our incentives have been per affordable unit.
Right. So in the market, that's not going to incentivize necessarily a development.
Not
coming into-
necessarily, but any of our fee deferrals and fee waivers are done under the analysis of what is the county cost involved. Because we still have the cost and fees for inspections, for plan reviews, for all those sorts of things. And we don't have a fund or a funding stream available right now to bridge that gap. So if you're deferring fees for 24 years, you're not collecting those fees, and more general fund would be required for the operation of those departments.
Okay.
So that's why we usually don't defer all of those fees.
Right.
Or, for the whole development, because if you're only getting 10%, it's too much cost to the county. The return on benefit isn't high enough.
Right. But I can see if we're serious about building affordable housing in El Dorado County, we're going to have to get serious about perhaps some creative investments to incentivize that. And so I think as we move forward, I would be, open to really taking a hard look at that as to what kind of a deferral program could we offer developers on entire development if it were to include inclusionary zoning, not just on those units.
Or if you were designate an area
or an in lieu,
or a very specific housing type that if you can provide this, then there are these other incentives for you. It could be a fee deferral of 50% of the fees, or some other type of program that would incentivize that for a specific housing type, either income targeted, age targeted, or size targeted.
Okay.
You have that flexibility to make it specific.
I do like the idea of having maximum flexibility and a suite of options for developers to choose from, depending on what their project is, what their needs are, recognizing there's not going to be a one size fits all solution, and recognizing there's not going to be one tool that a developer is probably going to say, oh gosh, that'll do it for me. It's going to be a range of options that I think, I'll be looking to include in an affordable housing policy. And the other thing is, I had a really fascinating conversations with BIA, and Vance is in the audience today. Met him at Cap to Cap and had some great conversations with the builders industry. That there's some creative ideas in terms of in lieu fees, because I was wondering, how does that work if we offer an in lieu fee or offsite contributions to developers, recognizing that oftentimes a developer that comes in with a market rate housing project is not going to perhaps be the developer that builds the affordable housing. It's two different products. And yet I could imagine that the county wouldn't have the mechanism to take those fees and then build an affordable housing project. It would take probably a while to collect enough in lieu fees in order to incentivize an affordable housing developer, because recognize that we need housing now. And an interesting mechanism was opportunity was perhaps brought up that, let's see, where do I have it here? Oh, Housing Trust Placer, maybe Vats can speak to this later, but Housing Trust Placer is a nonprofit that perhaps we could explore partnering with, that in lieu fees could be, they manage in lieu fees and then have other funding mechanisms that they can combine to actually build affordable housing in jurisdictions they're partnered with. So I think creative partnerships like that might be interesting as part of a suite of development. So more to come on that, and probably Vance can speak to that.
And keep in mind that any in lieu fee would require a nexus study. So there would be an analysis on what that fee is based on.
Okay.
So, and that would have to be consistent. I mean, you have to you have to produce the need. You've been through nexus study analyses before, so that has to be done for an in lieu fee for inclusionary housing as well.
Sure, absolutely. And then the last question I have is senior housing has been brought up as a focused area. And, I don't know if all of these policies that we've talked about today will help get us affordable senior housing, recognizing that seniors, don't want to live or can't live in perhaps denser stacked type housing that is often the mechanism to get the affordability factor down. Is there a model out there to encourage attainable senior housing? Specifically, now I do know we have a project right now in District 3, the Cokie Lane projects. It's a senior project. But that's something that we need to focus on specifically. I was shocked in the report that seniors are our fastest growing demographic. Now, I don't know if that means because seniors have come up from the Bay Area and bought the expensive senior housing we've built on our western border. But how do we deal with senior housing?
In the multifamily arena, to get the big A affordable senior housing has typically been funded through HUD. There's the 212 program, there's a USDA senior housing program. The Mercy Diamond Sunrise apartments are funded by both of those. So there have been those funding streams available for development.
Okay.
And the single family housing, we've seen a lot of the development typically in, El Dorado Hills that have been focused primarily on active senior. There wasn't any incentive necessarily other than market economies, that was a desirable product. Keep in mind at the two that during some of that process, that property tax transfer program was in place, and I believe is back in place again based on recent legislation, meaning you can transfer your tax base from one area to another if you buy at or less than your transfer total. So I'm gonna let BAE answer if they have been made aware of any other programs besides the specific subsidies dedicated to senior housing, or just the economics of senior housing. It doesn't mean that we couldn't be groundbreaking in that area that says, we want affordable senior housing, and here's what we're willing to do to incentivize that.
Okay.
That's great. Yeah, I was gonna go right to where CJ was just suggesting, which is to say that what I've seen is when a local jurisdiction does have its own local housing trust fund, as was suggested earlier, typically would do a notice of funding availability to solicit affordable housing developers who would like to use that fund. And they will typically use that money to leverage tax credit money, other state or federal funding sources, and so forth. But those local matching monies make them more competitive through those other processes. And what you can do in your NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, is indicate some local priorities or preferences for projects that address particular local needs, such as senior housing needs. So you can kind of use that local money that you have as a way to entice developers who would then go out and put together the funding packages that align with your priorities for the use of your local money.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great. All right. That's all the questions I have right now.
Any further questions on the options?
Just a quick question on when we're talking about fee deferrals. Would that include any special district fees or school district fees? Do we have any? So that's completely up to them to
Right.
decide if they want to
Only the
participate in
county
that.
controlled fees, because we don't control those others.
Okay.
I got a question back to seniors. Do we have, I know we have probably a good handle. And again, there's a lot of moving parts to this, and this is an education for me, and it'll continue, but we have a good idea, where our senior housing facilities are. But like my fellow commissioners were mentioning, those people who want to downsize, do do we have any demographics to get at what are those immediate and future needs for those folks that do want to downsize, to see what is the real need of this, the seniors versus the non-seniors when it comes to, these low income needs.
I think
So-
you'll find it pretty across the board when it comes to income, whether you're downsizing or whether you're workforce, that income affordability is important. There are some adaptability issues that would play into specifically senior housing. For accommodation types of things, living accommodations, wider doors, walk-in showers, bracing in walls to accommodate for grab bars and that sort of thing. There are demographics available via the census and other information that we have on the number of seniors, and but sometimes I look for the breakout on, well, just because you're senior doesn't mean you're low income. We've seen that around. And just because you're downsizing doesn't mean you don't want the features that your dream house had.
It's hard to get at, I would imagine.
Yeah. So what I would almost say, without some type of housing survey, it's difficult to say specifically. We know that, but we do know that there has been expressed interest in smaller square footage, easier to maintain yards, single story, direct access, meaning not a lot of stairs or decks or, necessity for ramps and that sort of thing. The walk-in showers, at least master, those types of options. And those things can appeal to a wide range of income levels or wide range of demographics. So we get back to that housing model and having those types of options out there for a lot of different groups.
And again, I'm getting educated on this, but in respect to, you raised some issues about getting funding from the state since they imposed this upon us. In respect to TIM fee credits and so forth, we get a TIM fee reduction and so forth. Is that pretty well known what those programs are in respect to creating our own ordinance to, possibly get compensation from the state? How transparent is that from the state in respect to those things that we can possibly benefit from financially to recoup some of those costs?
The only thing we have available in our arsenal right now is the PLHA funding, which is the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, which is a result of the SB2 funding. That's the taxation on property, real estate transfers. So you have to pay a fee. The state collects those fees and then they decide what they're going to give local governments. We have applied for and received an allocation of PLHA funding, and it works on a percentage each year, because it's based off of what the state actually collects in that total. The more real estate transactions there are, the greater the pot is to share. So there is some flexibility with those funds to offer incentives under, you kind of have to apply for those or tell the state what you're going to do to make sure they're eligible. Those programs can be shifted. We currently have our proposal, the board approved a 5-year plan for that, to fund a pre-development loan program for developers doing affordable housing, to possibly fund some ADU financing for people that are willing to deed restrict that accessory dwelling unit on their property. And also when times and interest rates and housing costs are good, to be able to use that funding also for down payment assistance for typically 80% and below AMI households, similar to our first-time home buyer program. I'd have to do some digging to see where the state would provide funding to reimburse a jurisdiction for their incentives. I don't want to say it doesn't exist. It could. I'm not aware of anything like that. So usually what we see is some other type of funding stream, a tenant transient occupancy tax percentage that goes directly to a housing trust fund. This fee per square foot that other jurisdictions are charging or assessing for any residential development. We've seen other jurisdictions do a fee on commercial development because that development of additional employment is an impact on, housing availability in the areas. And I forget what that's called. Matt, what's that called? Or it's a job tax? Just
Are you talking about jobs housing linkage?
yeah.
There's where there's a nexus established between new non-residential development and the jobs they create and the demand they create for below market rate housing. And then the affordability gap on the below market rate housing is used to calibrate a fee that would be X dollars per square foot per non-residential use. And that typically varies by use. So say office would have a different fee per square foot than industrial versus retail or hotel and so forth. But a lot of communities are doing that. Particularly where there's an interest in kind of spreading the burden so it's not just on residential development, but non-residential development helps to pay as well. And those funds would also go into a housing trust fund and then be used in accordance with the purposes for which they were collected.
Yeah, and you'd also see those in places where they have a higher average of commercial development and building that. So that makes that fee possible
as
a viable source.
Has that had a chilling effect on economic development though, commercial development?
The current economics have had a chilling effect on the expansion of commercial development.
Oh, that's true.
So it's hard to say what's happened
True, good
recently on
point.
it, but yeah. As far as our commercial inventory, we have a lot of vacant land inventory commercial. We have a lot of underdeveloped or undeveloped commercial properties. And as we've talked about in past workshops, we've got that vacancy issue for those existing buildings that are, have a few tenants, but not a whole lot.
Well, I know
So-
the state is, when they want to, the state is quite capable of providing some, clear guidelines, like the state housing, the department put out the ADU guidebook, which is an excellent resource. They very clear in respect to, you don't have to do frontage improvements and, all the things that you do have to pay for, or they refer you to your local jurisdiction. But, fire fees, school fees, that kind of stuff. But they provide some very clear direction and it would be nice that they could do that in this case. So, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, they will provide direction and on different tools that you could use within your jurisdiction. It's the lack of funding behind those tools that is an issue. So between the state having some things on their it's kind of a pro-housing status that give jurisdictions a little advantage when applying for state funding for both housing development as well as transportation, things like that. Also, the SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, has a white paper on different tools and policies that can be implemented that will help encourage residential development targeted to typically affordable, but it can also, take that affordability target and translate it into any particular community need that you have. So there are examples of different policies and programs that have been found effective or that are at least recommended for certain types of housing incentives. But I'm just not familiar with any state funding that comes in. Usually they have unfunded mandated costs.
Yep.
And since they haven't been funding those mandated costs when they change the legislation and put the onus of these requirements on local jurisdictions, I'm doubtful that there's going to be anything that's going to pay for incentives.
I still have two clarifying questions, but I will wait.
Oh, really?
Chris had his hand up.
Okay.
We've talked about SB 9 and SB 35.
No, we haven't.
Not today, but in the past. I mean, as a county, I'm sure you remember some of the discussions. All I wanted to do is bring up the fact in affordability that both of those SB 35 and SB 9 seem to be directed towards helping this question of affordable housing be available.
I can't
different mechanisms.
Can
but-
confirm SB 35 specifically has a requirement that the housing must be for 80% and below AMI. That's the target for that. At least 50% of the housing units have to be at that income level. SB 9 has no such requirement.
No, but what I'm saying in the terms of the subject of affordability, I know you've been part of some of the discussions about how these, I'll call them state laws affect us and how we might be able to utilize them in some of the properties or projects that we might consider. As a planning commission, I'm always looking forward to anything that's going to assist us in having what we said earlier at the beginning, getting houses for our kids so that they have a place, for our seniors, and not necessarily be a destination for outside the county, meaning we're focused on trying to maintain our own community. And I think that's extremely important.
I'm not sure what the question actually was, but let me clarify for the public,
It was
since we have
9 and
not,
35.
since we haven't discussed it today. SB 35 is the state legislation known as the permit streamlining law. It allows for developments of 2 or more units that meet a slew of criteria and that contain at least 50% of those units being affordable to 80% and below AMI or area median income. It allows streamlining for those projects to come through and allows for some exemptions to the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. So that is SB 35. We've seen that used in the county actually quite a few times now. SB 9 is more recent legislation, basically known as the urban lot split law. You'll be getting more information on that later because we have not had any discussions on that yet. But again, you must meet a slew of criteria. It does not have that affordability connection to it. It's just a lot split mechanism that also provides for some ministerial approvals and CEQA exemptions. That is not at this point in time contributing to our affordable housing discussion.
It's a speculative thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to ask a couple questions. You have here listed as one of the options, increasing land zone for denser small lot, mixed use development, mixed use overlay zone. We already have those mixed use overlay on commercial. So is it just not being used well, or is there no incentive for it, or?
There's options for it. So we currently have zoning, commercial zoning that allows mixed use, which is the combination of residential and non-residential or commercial.
Right.
So there's certain commercial zones that allow for that now. We don't have any residential zones that allow for that
Right.
mixed use, and it all begins with the commercial. There are 2 specific commercial zones at this point in time that allow for that. The board could consider other commercial zones that might meet the criteria for expanded mixed use. There may be some more specific areas, I mean, really targeted areas around existing infrastructure where we've seen those commercial properties that haven't been developed as commercial because there's no incentive to do that at this point in the economy. But where the board may consider that commercial property may also be appropriate for multifamily or higher density, not necessarily multifamily stacked and racked, but multifamily, meaning more than 5 units, even that garden style ground floor unit on those properties. So that could be an overlay where it means you can still use it for commercial use if that's viable, but it also has
the flexibility
to do something out of total rezone. Let's
Okay.
let Rob say
I really
something
like
about
that
that.
one.
I just want to jump in, Rob Peters. I was going to say that the mixed use guidelines that are attached with the commercial zones is optional. And I think when you're talking about an overlay, you're maybe incentivizing or even requiring
Yeah.
something to have a mixed use component as opposed to it being not.
Okay, but I do think that's appealing, given our, the general plan even says that we over allocated our commercial or whatever percentages of property. In the general plan, remember the last time we had the updated, it says we over allocated our commercial zoning by whatever percent, I can't remember, but it just seems like that could be a great opportunity to use this overlay.
Yeah, and you
better.
and you would need to be specific on what commercial areas,
And then
because
I'm
we
gonna-
certainly have some that.
I want to throw another thing out too, just because of the request, and I've personally had it in my family for downsizing as you get older. Mobile homes are very popular in El Dorado County. There are mobile home parks in El Dorado County that just people love being there. And I'm just curious, I didn't see that as an option, or maybe it's in an option, I don't recognize it, or is there a reason it's not something that we could explore more of? Because there are way to, if I remember another conversation we've had somewhere in the past where pre-made homes, bringing a pre-made home onto a site is far less expensive than building, from scratch and all that kind of thing. And
Well, the county allows that now on resident. I mean, you can use manufactured homes, pre-manufactured homes on private property.
Sure.
Mobile home parks.
Right.
Are allowed on a certain zoning and require that state licensing, and it's not a county
Right.
operated type of thing. It's a zoning requirement, and Rob's about to look up what that is, but I think it's.
Yeah, I think, so we do have mobile home park, standards,
Mhm.
and those can be applied to the residential zones. There are some requirements that, size wise of the parcel that you're creating.
Mhm.
And so, you could look at whether those are prohibitive based on the size requirements and the number of units allowed in the mobile homes and all that. But we do have the mobile home park, mobile home and RV recreational park zone standards. And so,
So do we have lands designated for those though, or?
Yeah, we do. And we've had interest in the past, especially people wanting to look into that type of thing for smaller homes, tiny homes and that sort of thing. And
Okay.
frankly, what they've run into is not just the cost of the property, but the cost of the infrastructure that's required on that. Because remember, they don't sell the property, they're leasing the property. And when you look at that rate of return, and for that type of investment on that full infrastructure, because you need roads, you need water, sewer, utilities, the whole thing, it has not penciled out for those particular applicants.
Okay.
But we do have the zoning available to accommodate
I
that.
think that would be a good one, just because of the seniors, several of them that we have currently are senior parks, and it's because of the smaller yards, but you still feel like you have your own place. They're 1 story and manageable and all that. So
You
they
also
could be.
don't have many costs associated from county inspection and so forth, because most of that is done through the state.
Correct.
So very little inspection, not to interrupt, but not little, very lower cost in respect to manufacturing, but also, our overhead, in respect to our outlays cost wise. So.
But you have space rents, and those are increasing. Depending on who the owner is, so we know that part of this equation too. So there's no perfect situation, right? There's always an offsetting condition.
Well, but if we have policy in place and we incentivize and we say this is going to be a cap or whatever, I mean, I just think it's something we should consider, given the request for the seniors, and the mobile home parks are very popular among seniors
Yeah,
currently.
I was gonna bring that up too, Lori, and that, so I was wondering, do you know of any incentivizing type of programs for mobile homes specifically that we are not currently using?
So just quickly, I wanted to add that in all of the residential zone matrix, a conditional use permit is required to establish a new mobile home manufactured home park, right? So there is a discretionary component to that, but it's allowed in all of our residential zones. Now, it refers you back to a section of the zoning code 130, 40, 190, which has those standards that I was speaking about, minimum lot sizes, total
Okay.
number of units and all that.
I mean,
So it is a discretionary application to establish those. So if you were looking at incentivizing or making it easier, you could look at potentially that, requirement.
Okay,
And
I like that idea, just to explore.
Yeah, and the state has had funding in the past for owner occupancy parks in order for that conversion to take place. The funding there has been sporadic over the last decade or more.
It'd be good to take a look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's another type of housing model. So whatever incentives that we create within the ordinance could certainly apply to that depending on deed restrictions or other types of restrictions for income, age, or other priority.
Okay,
Okay.
I like that though. It's one to explore. I'm pretty.
I would like to follow up on your comments, first of
Yes.
all. Thank you for bringing up the commercial corridors, 'cause I was definitely going to bring that up. And I do like the idea of an overlay. So many of our commercial corridors were built 40, 50, 60 years ago. The buildings have outlived their useful life. A lot of our properties are owned by small mom and pop owners that maybe don't have just don't know what to do with their property, because commercial it's not a viable resource like it used to be. And so I think we need to get bold about thinking about those commercial corridors, which are critical to our communities. And in thinking about housing, we often, when we're considering larger housing developments, sometimes they're put in neighborhoods that don't have the road network to support that. And our community naturally, is opposed to having that kind of impact in an area that wasn't meant for it. And so when thinking about our need for housing, our commercial corridors, especially our older ones, are often built on infrastructure that is tied directly to like Highway 50. And I'm thinking about the Missouri Flat Road corridor. I would like to explore, and I throw it out to my fellow board members, I would like to explore creating perhaps a housing overlay zone, because mixed use is a really good thought. But from what I have studied and read about, and in talking with different developers and associations, is that once again, like the affordable housing builders, the commercial builder and the housing developer are two different entities. And so while mixed use sounds wonderful, we build housing on top of commercial, sounds great, they're different developers. And so it's problematic because one often is incentivized to do the project, but not the other, and it's problematic. And if you think of the whole corridor as a mixed use corridor, what would it be if we were to allow a housing project, by right, without a mixed use component, recognizing there's commercial next to it? That would add perhaps a tool for property owners to turn over their properties for housing, gives them another use for it. It would also build in a consumer base to that older commercial corridor that then paves the way for a new vibrancy. But even better, there are tools now for infill projects that will pay for the infrastructure necessary to make that housing attainable. And I'm going to throw it out there. I would like the board to consider doing a green zone through SAGHOG on the Missouri Flat Corridor as a pilot project, because what that would do is if you identify a green zone, SAGHOG this last year was awarded $34 million for Green Means Go projects. There is now a statewide program on this type of grant funding, and it doesn't tie a project or a property to anything. It's just an opportunity. It's a funding opportunity. So if a property owner were to want to have a housing project, they could apply for grant funding that then would pay for the infrastructure upgrades necessary to support that type of development. Infrastructure or sewer, water, drainage that are often, really cost prohibitive. And if a developer could get that grant funding, it might make a housing project whole. And, I was speaking with Supervisor Parlin about this yesterday too. And, what would it be to designate a green zone on all the Missouri Flat Corridor? Maybe I'd like to explore that with staff as to what might make sense. See how this works, because it wouldn't work everywhere. It's not for every commercial corridor, but there are a few commercial corridors that have perhaps the interest. We have the road network in place there. We have a full interchange. There won't be the road and traffic impacts that maybe a denser, larger housing project might have further out in our existing neighborhoods. So just food for thought.
And again, we're talking about a concentrated area. Good. That
Right.
all checks a box. Designated housing type, mixed use or otherwise, no. What's the income category, or what's the target? What's the end game on that? So keep those in mind, for
80 to 120
for that sort of thing.
AMI. It's on a transit corridor. It's a walkable corridor,
Yeah.
sustainable
So,
community.
so again, on,
space.
so good thoughts, but on these broad ideas, which are great, they can be honed down into
Yes.
more detail, so they can be really specific incentives for those things. And Chair, before you open public comment, can I suggest a recess of 5 minutes?
I
before
was
you get
going
out?
to do the same thing. I would like to take a 5-minute break because we need to stretch
I
our
don't get
legs
to
and
ask
all
my
that.
clarifying question.
You said you're gonna wait till later. Did you
No, I
mean?
didn't say I was gonna wait till later. I said I'm being patient.
Oh my gosh. Please go ahead. I misunderstood what you.
Okay, so this should be simple.
I think he said he was going to wait till later. I think the
And
word
and
later
that's
came out of.
okay. I
I want to go
misunderstood.
back to the
Good God.
table that has Placer County, Sacramento County, and Folsom on, please.
Yes.
And for clarity, I would like to know what are the categories that El Dorado County fits? So it's very specific. If I look at inclusionary zoning, it's a no, right? If I look at affordable housing in lieu fee for residential or non-residential, it's a no, correct? I'm not sure which slide that is. Page 13. So that's a no, correct? If I look at housing trust fund, it's a no, correct?
Not correct. I'm not following you where you're saying a hard.
Okay, I'm
no.
just marching
guess-
down
I'm
the
getting there, I'm
same
getting there.
comparative because we don't have El Dorado
Slide
County.
through.
what you're saying is we added an El Dorado County column here, what would it say?
Yes,
Okay, exactly.
because I'm trying to contrast. Where are we? And all I know where the other people are, but I don't know where we are. I think I have an idea, right? So,
So let's go down the list. Inclusionary housing. No, El Dorado County does not have a
Right.
policy at this time.
right,
Affordable housing fee or in lieu fees, we don't have that type of structure set up at this time.
Right.
Those are examples given. Housing trust fund, we have an abbreviated version of a housing trust fund, both through that PLHA funding and through our pre-development loan program.
okay.
So the answer is sort of.
Abbreviated. So I guess I'd like to understand more about that at some point in
Okay.
time, not right now, okay?
Development bonus or a density bonus, yes, we have that by virtue of our zoning ordinance as well as the
Yep.
state law
Homebuyer
mandate. So
assistance,
there's a
yes.
yes for you. Home buyer assistance, yep, we got that, covered that a couple of
ADU
times today.
incentives,
ADU incentives, yes, we
Yeah,
do,
we
because
do.
we're working on that pre-approved or permit-ready ADU plan. We've talked
so
about.
you said working on it versus today.
It's not that, well, today we have the fee waiver
The tip-
on
Tim fees was
ADUs, so we
waived.
have
That's under
incentive
fee waiver,
programs.
right? Not under ADU incentives, right? Aren't
I
they
would,
different?
I would call that an incentive though to waive fees. So I don't know.
The fee waiver is an incentive for
Okay, so you're
ADUs.
saying we
That's a-
do have
that's a
ADU
specific-
incentives.
That is an ADU incentive.
So it's a fee waiver form is what we have.
Yes,
Okay, so that's a yes. Fee deferral? No.
yes, we have a policy in place. It's policy B2,
Yeah,
I
so yeah.
believe. That is the Affordable Housing Fee Waiver Program. So we do have that. Can it be expanded? You betcha. Yeah, all of our programs can be expanded, but yeah, we have something in place for that.
Okay.
We have others.
Fee waiver?
No, just other things. Other things.
And other.
Good, good enough for me.
So that's not bad.
So we don't have a workforce housing preservation program, that's for sure, right?
No, Placer has that. Neither does Folsom. or
So the other
Sacramento.
question I had, it was relative to Sacramento County and the fact that they only have the affordable housing in lieu fee. And theirs is the highest of any ones I've seen on here, and it takes a nexus study. Have they designated what they're using those funds for? Are they buying property to then turn over to an affordable housing developer? How are they using that fee? Do we know?
They have, it's been a while since I've seen that resolution and that policy. Their fee adjusts on some index annually, and so they cite a new one. The Sacramento County has it's not a public housing authority. It is a different kind of organization or agency, you know. Yeah, within the
So it's
county
not a
that
trust
kind of
fund, it's separate
operates a
from a
lot of
trust
those
fund.
things. I don't know that they're buying property with that. and then turning that around. Typically, we see those funds collected and then in that housing trust fund, then awarded to experienced nonprofit affordable housing developers who, as Matt was mentioning earlier, use that as incentive towards reaching for those tax credit allocation dollars that are so important, and that California Housing Acceleration funding that's available, among other types of things. There's so many layers to affordable housing financing that you need everything in order to be competitive.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions I had, just to make sure I understood the comparative.
Yeah, and I don't think Sacramento County is purchasing property with that as a land trust or sort of thing, but we haven't even talked about land trusts and how, those can be an option.
CJ, I saw BAE both unmute themselves during the discussion. I think they may have some comments.
chime in?
Oh, they're raising their hands, so we'll shut up and let them
They didn't raise their hands, but they were both unmuted, so.
Thank you, Kim. All right.
Did you guys want to say anything before we go to a quick break?
I think somebody already identified the housing agency in Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. So that's all I was going to mention.
Oh, very good.
And I was just going to say that I think primarily they provide gap financing, and it's combined with the city of Sacramento. So it's sort of a dual jurisdiction authority.
Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, ready for a break, guys? 5 minutes? Just come back as fast as you can. John, next time you say there. getting, put those down. Okay, we're back from our break. Thank you, everyone. And we're going to go to public comment on this item. You are only going to get 3 minutes, so you might want to dial it in what you really want to get across to us. And we did receive all your emails. Thank you, everyone. We read them all.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, is the mic on? Okay, you have a timer. Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. Thank you for the presentation. I've learned quite a bit. I do have some comments. I'm so glad that you're finally having this conversation about this ordinance. It's been a long time coming. And I remember distinctly, I think it's okay, I name names, Kirkbone Parker Development, in a couple of planning commission meetings where it was addressed about including some affordable housing in the developments. And he said that since there was no ordinance in this county, he did not have to comply. But he referenced that there was some kind of state requirement. I haven't heard about that. There's so much today, so it could have been addressed and I just missed it. But it seemed as though this county was not in compliance with what the state requires of that 10%. I wanted to go to the same table that Supervisor Heidel was just discussing before the break, and that's on page 13. I'm hoping that since Placer County and Folsom do the 10%, that there'll be some kind of task force that will talk to them and see how that's going. They've managed that. So I know we've looked at all these comparisons of figures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, numbers can be worked in lots of different ways. So I would like you to ask them how that's going for them. And I looked at this $3 per square foot fee that, oh, my time is going up, that Sacramento does. And that really doesn't pencil out. I mean, on a 2,400 square foot house, that's $7,200. If you did that for 9 homes, that'd be $64,000. So that you could do the 10th one for what? $64,800? You can't do that. I'm just saying that amount per square foot is not anything like the 10% requirement. What else? There are so many really good recommendations that came up today from all of you up there on the podium. And my hope would be that you would have some kind of a housing task force, because we really have to use all of those great options about the trailer parks and the tiny homes and all of those options. I also think that, okay, last 30 seconds. We have to really have some set goals for all these different categories that we talked about today. Seniors who need to be able to have 1 story, people who will be in how many tiny homes, and workforce. I want to say my last 16 seconds. If you don't have housing for workers, that's why we have the working shortage. And downtown, us merchants, we're open fewer days, fewer hours, because there are not enough people to work in our stores. It's a real impact. Please get affordable housing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Vanderkar, a long-term resident of the county. Excuse me. I want to thank the supervisors for declaring an emergency relative to our homeless situation. I think that is a tremendous first step. My wife and I have been involved with homeless issues here for well over, I guess, 3 decades, and are most recently involved with Housing El Dorado, and are very much concerned about what may come of your efforts. we have been involved and worked directly with homeless people and have worked as assisting in navigation and all of the steps that are required. And when we get somebody who is ready to be housed, there is no housing. So obviously we have to do something and do it right away. We are aware of a very specific proposal. Mercy Housing was mentioned earlier. Federated Church donated land to Mercy Housing, subject to there being a component of affordable housing as part of the project. And so hopefully, if that was over 3.5 years ago, I guess, hopefully something can be done to expedite that particular project and get started on our program of providing housing. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, John.
All right. Good afternoon or evening almost, supervisors and commissioners. Vance Gerard with the North State Building Industry Association back again. First, I'd like to thank the board for your actions related to item 43 earlier in the comments that were made. I think it really set up today's discussion and this presentation to also set up a meaningful ongoing conversation about attainable housing and the costs associated with new development in El Dorado County, especially when you consider what we know about the role soft costs play in increasing the costs of housing. Any plans moving forward related to the county's housing supply can't be made in a vacuum by numerous entities involved in the process. In that spirit, the BIA would love to return before the board for a discussion or additional workshop on attainable housing and development fees. The BIA has conducted a study of development fees and potential opportunities throughout the region, which I believe the supervisors have received and would make a great subject for a presentation at a later date. We would appreciate any opportunity to create a collaborative environment for impacted entities to look at obstacles in increasing the housing supply, the many alternatives that may aid us in our shared mission, and subsequently crafting solutions with the same collaborative energy. To Supervisor Thomas's earlier point, Housing Trust Placer is a unique mechanism that is working in Placer County. As an independent nonprofit, they're able to draw funds in addition to the in lieu fees, both public and private, to subsidize their efforts in creating housing opportunities in Placer County. I would love to provide the board more information on them in the future as part of this continued conversation. And I'm actually meeting with their CEO later this week to learn more myself, but I do believe they may have the capacity to expand to other jurisdictions as well. And if that's something that works for El Dorado County or any of these other alternatives that were presented today, I think if we can get all interested parties moving in the same direction, I'm confident we will see meaningful change sooner than if we work independently. On that note, we're very appreciative of today's workshop and hope that we can return in the future to continue the discussion.
Great, thank you. Steve didn't bring enough for everyone. I don't know.
I'm new at this.
Sharing is caring.
So anyway, my name is Steve Ferry. I'm with from El Dorado Hills. I've been a mortgage banker since 1967. I have processed and worked and originated more than $1 billion worth of loans, several $1 billion worth of loans in our companies. I've owned a national mortgage banking company. I've been a consultant for San Jose State University as a member of their president's council, and I've been the president of the California Association of Residential Lenders. I know this industry fairly well. So when Chris talks about the FHA commissioner talks about 30% is the qualifying ratio for an FHA loan. We've made FHA loans up to 50% and a whole bunch of them. Most of them are pushing 40 by the time you get them done because there's great tax consequences that come from actually using that much of your income to purchase a home. Given that, there's a book I wanted to bring to you. I'm not going to give you a copy of this one. This is J.D. Vance's book on hillbilly elegy. And he talks about what do they need as hillbillies to be able to buy homes and live in places that they like. And what they want are vouchers, in particular, Section 8 vouchers. There are not enough Section 8 vouchers because nobody lobbies for Section 8 vouchers in Washington or in California. California doesn't produce the Section 8 vouchers, of course. We have created an MCC program years ago to get rid of a program that was already in place. It was nothing but graft. And so we got rid of it. We created the MCC program. And yes, I wrote the letter to HUD asking them to create that. The MCC program doesn't help developers in terms of being able to kind of get the market in their own pocket, but it helps the individuals. And so individual stuff is what I look at. HUD merged with FHA in 1972 or 3. And why did they do that? Because FHA had $7 billion in the bank. And guess what they did with it? They built apartment complexes in Chicago and New York and various other places that became ghettos. This is an article that when you read it real quick, you're going to look at it and go, wow, there's Amazon giving up $55 million. No, they're making a construction loan of $55 million to build this place. They will get paid back. So I'm glad they're doing that. Bank of America could have done the same thing. In any case, in working on that kind of zoning, the zoning you're talking about, inclusionary zoning, I do not like it. And I don't like it for a reason. I worked on a project in Milpitas. It fell apart. The city of Milpitas got sued. They didn't do the job right. We didn't have the people in the housing department that knew how to deal with it. So in fact, the whole thing, 465 homes surrounded in Section 8 housing that failed. And so we have to look at that. I asked Supervisor Heidel about apartment complexes and so forth and ask him to give us a call. May I have another 30 seconds?
No, we're not doing that today.
Well, in any case, I asked him for the report on calls for service from your sheriff to make sure that whatever you're
Send us
building.
an email.
I will send you an email and I'll be happy to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kate Vanderkar from El Dorado County for years and a former Section 8 landlord. So I agree with that part. Anyway, I want a quick thank you. I don't want to take up my time for all of that, but a profuse thank you. I have some concerns and some suggestions based on what I'm hearing today. First, I suggest offering some kind of in lieu trade of land from a developer, giving land to a land trust. I'm here also for Housing El Dorado. We are working now toward land trust, land bank, so that housing, affordable housing can be built on land. There's lots of examples for that, including in South Lake Tahoe. So just a thought there, pushing for that. We need encouragement for developers in process who are delayed by current policies, maybe even some help and some handholding to get through the difficult processes. Don mentioned Mercy Housing in Diamond Springs. We've been watching that carefully because being part of the land givers for that project. Aesthetically, it seems to me that in any single family development, there could be a requirement or at least some kind of motivation for higher density, maybe an entrance area. We live in a place in Placerville that has at the beginning of our street some townhomes. They're very nice. We've been there 42 years. They're still nice. Across the street, it's vacant land. This is not a Placerville council, but I don't know why there's not townhomes on the other side too. It would be very helpful. There's a park nearby and all. So, and it doesn't change anything about the very nice place where we live too. We're also seniors who need to downsize sometime and there isn't any place to downsize. So suggestion for more density at the beginning of the development, as that's an aesthetic thing, but I think it could work. And then my last concern is just to remember that if we're talking about increased traffic from higher density, and I've heard that before having to do with the casino development, but having to do with housing, we have one of the highest commute lengths in the state in the nation, actually, having been a person who commuted for an hour until I retired from my first career and commuted in a much shorter time for my second career. And Don commuted a long time into Sacramento area for his career. And we had to do it alone because the bus didn't take us there. Well, I did drive the bus for a while and then I couldn't do it later. So balance out the increased impact of traffic to the reduction of commute traffic.
Thank you, Peg.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Jim Wasner.
Thank you. Jim Wassner, resident of District 3. I am very happy to hear the discussions on senior affordable housing today. As we age, a common desire we all have is to age safely in our own homes. While you're discussing affordable housing policies, I wanted to emphasize that we need adequate, affordable, age-friendly housing for our senior residents. That affordable housing needs to be accessible to public transportation and in the following categories for our senior residents to safely age in place. ADA accessible or adaptable units for fall prevention, affordable housing, basically low-income housing for seniors on a fixed income. And then there's the affordable housing we've talked about, the workforce housing, because that is attractive to seniors who are downsizing. Senior housing in age-restricted projects and neighborhoods. It's attractive to seniors who are downsizing and looking for a sense of community. You've talked about accessory dwellings and ADUs and tiny homes. They're affordable second dwellings. And then you've also touched on mobile home parks that possibly could be occupant owned. They're also affordable housing with a sense of community. And I'd like to add, after 20 years in Pollock Pines in my home, my wife and I, a year ago, as of June, have downsized to a mobile home park in Timon Springs. And I'm not crazy about the sense of community. You all know me, I'm not like that, but I do love this place and the downsizing, the whole aspect of it. The one thing I did hear that caused me concern is this discussion, it said, did not include the existing unmet demand for affordable housing. So it's like we're taking off from this point, but we're standing in a hole and we're not aware of how deep that hole is because no one's ever talked about. We know it's bad because we hear all the stories about people that can't find a place and what they cost now. So we are standing in a hole, and I'm just concerned why it's not addressed at all that we're starting at a deficit as it is. So, and thank you for taking on this important topic.
Thank you, Jim.
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Hi, I'm Don Wolfson from Cameron Park. What Ruth started out with kind of resonated with me also. I heard that planning commission meeting where the gentleman from the developer stated that he wasn't doing affordable housing because he didn't have to. I know we don't like over-regulation, but the reason we have them sometimes is that corporations and businesses do the right thing for their own, their bottom line, their shareholders and so on, but not necessarily for the community. So sometimes the community has to tell them that you need to do this as well. For myself personally, I have a split level house. The stairs are not my friend. I fell down them and broke my ankle 4 years ago, and I've never looked at them the same since. I would eventually like to downsize into a 1-story in the area because I like the area, and affordable places are hard to find. Additionally, I have 3 newly adult children who are just starting on their lives, and they're finding it really hard to find anything affordable. So, personal concerns that I'd love to see addressed. On the subject of mobile homes, and I know this wouldn't be new mobile home parks, but we have the issue of mobile home parks getting bought up and the rents getting jacked up, and that's a problem too for affordable housing. So I hope that somewhere along the way that'll get taken into consideration. And finally, I'd just like to thank you for having the conversation. This is a great start, and I hope it ends up well with a better, more affordable El Dorado County that's still El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Laurel.
Hello, Laurel Brentbaum, El Dorado County Chamber. We're very excited about the plethora of opportunity that was presented today. We recognize that these opportunities will present challenges and hard decisions for this board, some that will be very unpopular. But we hope that in this process, recognizing the need will overcome the unpopularity, and we're standing with you, and we look forward to moving this progress forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Now taking public comment from 390. Please unmute yourself. Can you please?
Well, hi there. Yes, I was being mobile here and had to pull over and do all those things you're supposed to do. Anyway, Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction. Just don't get us involved in stuff. You know, don't sell your soul to get affordable housing. And because there's always a catch to everything. There's no free lunch, et cetera, et cetera. But whenever possible, if we can do explore opportunities, us old folks, we can't really on the so-called fixed income. It's very difficult for us to find affordable housing. So think about us old folks, because everybody's going to be there someday, even the young folks. So hopefully we can meet these standards and get subsidies to an extent without selling our souls to the devil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, we're done with that. Yay. I know. God, how are we going to wrap this into some direction, CJ? There were some things that we talked about along the way, though, where we said we'd like to explore this, we'd like to explore that. Did you guys capture some of those? Did anyone? Do we have a list that maybe you could rattle off to us so we know what we said?
Can I can take a stab at it. I can take a stab at it.
Were you kind of keeping track-ish? Yay.
So,
oh wait, was Tom doing it?
oh, was he? Oh, good.
I think.
Oh, great. Go, no, you go for it.
Were you doing that, Tom? Yeah. Yeah.
It's a computer.
Okay, see how we did.
Yeah, this is Rob. Thank you, Tom, for taking some notes for us. And we'll
Great.
just go through it down these and see if they captured what you all had said. So re-examining surplus and other county land inventory lists for possible affordable housing options. The consideration of tiny homes as we move forward and what that looks like. Consideration of a fee deferral program or developer in lieu fees for inclusionary zoning. Considering new zoning overlays for commercial lands to encourage affordable housing. Zoning options for affordable housing in new and existing mobile home parks, currently allowed by CUP and residential. Mixed use zoning overlays specifically for the Missouri Flat Corridor, potential opportunities for green zone grant funded projects. What we have on the list so far.
So what, did anybody hear anything that we missed in the?
Rob, I would amend that to specifically say, explore designating a green zone to qualify for the green means go grant funding.
He has green zone in parentheses.
Right,
so
it's a specific
'Cause it's a
process that we would
thing.
have to designate, yeah, to explore that.
Okay.
Did I also hear explore
Yeah.
housing trust fund?
Oh, you have.
I remember that.
Okay, cool, yeah, great.
I was going to ask a question. I know that SB 2 was passed in 2017. And basically, what I want to know, there's funds there that we could probably use. And I don't know how much the county generates from that at all, because, it's, it could be a lot, or it could be less. But there's any way we could use that money to be able to purchase property, the county would say, and use it to be able to build affordable housing? Is it a possibility, or could we help the developer to be able to do that? So we can or not?
Yes, and yes.
Yes. and yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and yes. The SB2 funding has resulted in that PLHA funding, which is the permanent local housing allocation. So we are taking advantage of that.
So how much we generate right now?
I was being asked that at break, and I don't have the number. I would have to get back to you with the exact number and kind of where we're at. There were some allocations.
I guess that it could generate up to $250 million annually through the state of California. So, yeah.
I think it would even be more than that
Probably more.
statewide. Right. I can come back to you with the details of that program and how we have that allocated.
Right.
As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of eligible programs under that, and one of those is a housing trust fund. But what they also typically look at is some kind of local dedicated funding source that goes with that.
Yeah, so if we had a particular project like Sue was talking about, purchasing property or whatever, we could take that and use that to be able to do that. Okay, right, correct?
It could be possible.
Okay.
We currently have it set up for homeless services, pre-development loans, and funding for first-time home buyers or accessory dwelling units.
Okay.
And I don't want us to rule out a dedicated fund. I think we just need to be bold and open our thought to this and, see what might be possible. We might not like it, but.
At least it's out there, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Vania?
Yeah, I talked to Long Range Planning, I think a year or so ago, about inclusionary housing, about the possibility of having a field trip to educate commissioners and board members, because there's other jurisdictions, Rancho Cordova, Elk Grove, that are doing specifically inclusionary housing to get more educated and actually talking to these jurisdictions, talking to the developers, talking to the residents that live there to really get educated on the different options and what works, what doesn't work. So I would ask staff to consider, I know that's a lot of work, but I think that would be very instructive to all of us. So thank you.
Supervisor Harold, did you have any?
Yes, I do. I think the key to being successful with this is getting the builders involved and really understanding what are the sweet spots that they go after? What are the things that we could spend a lot of time on that won't make a difference to them? So I'm actually in a position, I think we ought to do a workshop and just bring in the stakeholders and have an open discussion so we can focus and prioritize what we're doing, or I think we'll be going through the same thing 2 years from now. So I want to make sure we get basically to the right point where we're converging on the things that are important and the things that are less important in terms of really getting things built. We kind of set those aside for now and get the basics in place if we can.
So I want to follow up on that thought, because I was thinking the same thing-ish, kind of mentioned in here somewhere was task force, I heard. And Ruth, and yeah, and in my my brain's thinking that kind of the same thing that we did with our forest resiliency, where we said, bring together the experts to explore. I mean, we've kind of laid out things we want to explore, but we really need our experts. And I appreciate Vance said he's going to be meeting with the Placer, whatever it's called, to learn more about what they do there. So, pulling that group in and that kind of thing to really hone in on what's doable, what's palatable, is that I'm going to ask CAO that if you would, because that works so well. Ultimately, is that doable again in this effort, do you think?
In the meantime, real quick, can I just jump in and say, I did this in Tahoe, started a housing task force. for the South Shore. And Tahoe Prosperity Center took it over and we developed a series. Don was there, we developed this, and CJ showed, was there. We've had many years of discussion and we came up with some great plans. That's why we have Sugar Pine development going right now, truly is from all this work we did, but that's exactly how we started. So.
Yeah, I do think it's possible and doable. I think you'll have a lot of willing participants in that discussion. It just, how do you want to format it? Do you want to direct staff to convene that? Do you want to have a workshop first so everyone hears something from the board? That's what we seek your direction on.
If I might jump in, I think this is the workshop. I think
that's my thinking.
Yeah, I don't think we would say more than what we haven't already kind of thrown out or explored. Wouldn't want this to take years. But I think it's a perhaps really good path forward based on the discussion that we've all had today, and working with the development community and some of our professionals, and maybe bringing in perhaps like Bill Roby from the Community Foundation. He's also working with some of our nonprofits in a targeted task force to explore this and come back to the board with their recommendations on the ordinance based on the conversations that we've had today.
And I was going to suggest include the Community Foundation. I think, I believe Bill Roby was or is still on the Tahoe Prosperity Center board.
That's why I suggested Bill Roby.
Talked prior about doing something like this, and then I think the fire hit, and then we lost our mojo. So that's
it's exactly what we did. We had a task force that was of all the stakeholders in South Shore with housing, all the jurisdictions, which we have 5 up there. We had TRPA, then we had the developers come in and give us, we didn't make this huge, but we probably had 5 or 6 meetings where we had developers come in and give their presentations, and it was eye-opening. Hey, what would work, for you, us working together, what incentives and it was great.
The most compelling part for the other board members who weren't here when we had that, to me, was you had a low-income housing developer come and talk about the hurdles that were there. It was very informative and very educational.
And it has made a difference in our community. So it's good.
So how long was the task force process? Because I'm guessing it's years.
No,
we, like I said, we had 5 or 6 meetings for the first year, and then it kind of developed into what's now a housing core group where they meet regularly a couple times a year, I think now, but the actual task force was just what I'd say a year, maybe. We're not even that.
Yeah, but yes, I think that's about right. But it was probably a couple of years from the time we started the conversation to when a project was identified to be done. It is to take some time, but.
So I would like to propose we kind of separate this into 2 pieces. One is the inclusionary housing ordinance. I think we need to put in place ASAP. And I think that becomes the foundation of all the other discussions. I think there's some good models out there. If we did some visits or whatever, figure out what works for us, we should be able to accomplish something like that in 6 months. And then do the longer term to look at all of the housing elements that are there, because we have a number of projects that are going to come forward very short term here. And if we don't have an inclusionary housing ordinance, at some point, we're not going to be dealing with the rezone. And they're going to say, well, I don't have a requirement to do it. And we lost the opportunity. So
I will defer to planning and building on a 6-month time frame for an inclusionary housing ordinance. That's out of my element for sure.
I think to kick off the project wouldn't be that tedious, but we would want to come back to you with a timeline and an estimate on what that would require, what would be required of a nexus study, should you want to include an in lieu option as part of that.
Right.
And again, what the variety of options are specifically under just a inclusionary housing ordinance, separate from development of more generalized policies and programs under an affordable housing ordinance.
Can I ask CJ a question? Could we do those in parallel?
Yes.
Okay. So
do we have the staffing to do?
Well, this is Rob. I was going to say, you'll be seeing us
there
next
it is.
month.
There we go. 2 years.
There you go. And our long-range planning discussion of priorities and projects and moving forward and staffing. So, we're planning the end of next month or somewhere in late June. I don't remember the exact date of bringing your board that discussion for our long-range planning activities. So we could put together some information in advance of that to try to bring that to the table. SB 9 will be another discussion we're talking about that came up today, and what we do about that. We have a lot of mandates and priorities and things, and adding to the list is when as I'm sitting here, it makes me a little nervous to put really strict, tight timeframes on things, but we can continue to have that discussion.
Okay.
Did you want to add something?
Yeah,
Karen?
I'm just thinking that the idea, if we could engage a task force relatively quickly, those same food groups that would be involved in that task force would definitely be able to inform this process as well. So you wouldn't be losing anything. It will take them some time to put together an ordinance, and it has to go through the public review process, and the public will certainly have something to say about it. Anyway, so I see those things kind of working in parallel, and you could have almost interim products coming out of your task force. And the task force, I think, would have some very interesting things to say about an inclusionary ordinance type thing. They would have some good, valuable input on that.
We could ask the task force to tackle that first, I guess, right?
It would just be part of the things that
We can prioritize it there, but then
Yeah.
it comes to, how do you sign the task force? Are they going to be appointees? Are they going to be take volunteers? Because when you have a large group of volunteers,
you want to keep.
No, I'm not talking large
Long
group,
time.
not talking large group here. It's gonna be targeted. I think it's smaller and focused,
So
and
how many?
collaborative.
So John, again, you took the lead on the vague motion on hold on, guys, the motion that the board did back in November. You took the lead on it. You pulled together the experts. So is that something you'll foresee we could do again? You could do it again?
Yeah, yes, I think we could. When we started those conversations, you may recall, we had many requests for people to join those conversations. And we had to say no, because it was getting too big. So we would need the same support from the board to let staff pick the core group and then reach out as necessary. But you're right, if it gets too big, you won't get anything accomplished.
Okay.
But I believe you're going to have a lot of people who want to be on this task force.
Sure.
And we'll have to be able to rely on staff to be able to restrict it,
Okay.
to start a conversation of how to move it forward.
And I think it's people that can inform the discussion that we've had today as to what's doable, what's not. I mean, it's a focused discussion on our direction today. And bringing those people in the room that can be helpful to you, on that.
Yeah, so you have the ability to say no, just like you had to before.
So-
And you guys got something done, and it was a great product. So I think that process worked really
We can
well.
give it our best shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Is
agree, I agree.
that great?
If we can work it that
direction?
way, I think we'll get somewhere. Yeah.
And then the laundry list kind of was fairly good, but Andy wants to say something.
Just a couple of things. One, as we're thinking of kind of building off of Chair Vania's comments about possible field trips or maybe case studies, I really think that needs to be part of the process, whether it's part of this work group or at the commission or wherever in the process. In reviewing the materials for today's meeting, we got a lot of information about the different options that were available. But for example, and feel free to correct me if I missed it, but I didn't see, for example, how is Sacramento County doing in meeting their goals based on the policy that they have in place? How is Placer County doing? Are these policies are they effective? And that's something I'd really want, a task force or the commission or whoever to take a deep dive into, is not just the policy options, but how have they worked in different jurisdictions? Because we're definitely not the first folks to do this, and we need to learn from others. And the other thing I just wanted to throw out there, I didn't hear it mentioned earlier, but I think it's important, is that as we're thinking about this, I think that, whether it's a affordable housing development or inclusionary zoning, one thing that I would like to see is that the goal is that, it really blends into our community. At least this is just my personal view, I wouldn't want to drive or walk down the street and be able to say, oh yeah, that's the affordable housing right there. I want it to basically just blend in with the rest of the community. And I think as we're developing the ordinance, we want to be able to facilitate that as an objective. So that's just kind of my thoughts.
Absolutely. I like that.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this is great direction, and it was a really hard but good conversation. I appreciate you guys dealing with all our nitty gritty questions and BAE. Oh my gosh, I'm tongue tied. Thank you so much. That was a lot of data to swallow, but you made it pretty understandable. So with that, I feel like we're headed in a great place. Is everybody good?
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to adjourn it. What is it? 5:07. Excellent. Oh.
Good job.